A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Marge's boyfriend, Neil Williams, newspaper man, came over to the Aces and surprised them with the news that the man who lives next door to them now is Arthur Lorenz, famous movie director. Mr. Lorenz came all the way from Hollywood to study the typical suburban town and its people. His next movie is on that subject. Also, as a publicity tie-up with Neil's paper, there will be a contest to choose a girl to play an important role in the picture. Our scene now is the Aces' living room just after dinner. Here are Marge and Mr. Ray.
Well, I'm glad you're taking a sensible view of it.
Not a sensible view. I'm just letting her get this out of her system. She thinks she has a career somewhere, and every time she starts telling me that if she hadn't married, she might have become a great something or other.
Well, there comes a time in every woman's life when she thinks she might have had a career. It's a phase in every woman's life.
Yeah? How about you?
Oh, I had mine.
You?
Yes, but I had it when I was very young. I thought of a career on the stage, if you please, but I got over it.
Yeah, just as Jane will get over this movie business, I hope.
Oh, it'll give her something to do. The excitement of the contest, the preparations for the movie test they're going to give the girl.
Yes, if she'll only take it calmly, but she's dead certain that this is the start of a great career. It's going to be an awful letdown when comes the dawn, as they say in the movies.
It's good, clean, wholesome fun.
Yes, on the surface it is, but somehow she manages to get so involved in all sorts...
dear.
Mm-hmm.
Will you do something for me, dear? Excuse me, Mark. Look, dear, I've got this list ready. Will you please call me these names?
Call you what?
What was that again, Jane?
These names, my movie names. I'm trying to pick out one that sounds best. That's why I want you to call them to me.
Oh, your movie name.
There's four of them. I just want to hear how they sound when somebody calls me. I'll go and stand outside the door, and the one that sounds the most like me, I'll come in on. Excuse me, Mark. So you just keep reading until I finally come in, and that'll be the one I'll take. Wait till I'm outside before you start.
What is this?
Let me see the list.
Penelope Smith.
Let me see it.
Wait a minute. Iris Garbo. Annette Hepburn. And Jane Jones, I think this says.
Jane Jones? That's quite a come down from Iris Garbo. Well, go ahead and call her. I want to see what happens.
Call her.
Yeah, she wants you to call her by those different names, and the one she responds to is the one she's going to choose.
Oh, that's what she meant.
Uh-huh.
Well.
Go ahead.
Oh, I feel foolish calling her Penelope.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, this is so silly, though.
Here, give them to me. I'll call her.
Wish you would. I'd like to humor her, but this is carrying this thing too...
Well, I guess they're no good. I didn't come in on any of them.
What?
I guess they don't sound like me. I didn't come in on any of them, did I?
you
Oh,
did.
Jane, we haven't called you yet.
Oh, well, I told you to call me. I can't find out if you don't call me. You're not doing it right. How can I tell if you don't
So
call
give
me?
us a chance. We had to look over the names to get acquainted with them.
Oh, well, try it again. You call me then, Marge.
All right, but give me time. You can't just call strange names like this without some practice.
All right, I'll wait this time.
Now, that's what I mean by getting involved. You see what she does? The contest isn't until next week, and there's going to be about 1,000 girls trying out, and she's already choosing a movie name, just as if she's won it.
Oh, she probably thinks Neil will fix it for her to
Well,
win.
he hasn't anything to say about it. If Mr. Lorenz doesn't like the girl, that settles it. He's one of the finest directors out there. He can't afford to have somebody like Jane in an important
I
part.
better start these names. Penelope Smith.
Thank heaven she doesn't respond to that one.
Maybe she's mulling it over. Let's give her time.
Give her Iris Garbo. That's probably the one she'll go for.
Iris Garbo.
What? Doesn't respond to Iris Garbo?
Hush. Do you think she heard me?
If she didn't, she's the only one in this block. Give her the next one.
Well, come down and two to go. Annette Hepburn.
Do you mind if I call a name?
I can't trust you.
You're right. Well, there's one more. Go
What's
ahead.
this one? I can't read this writing. Jane...
Jones, isn't it?
Jane Jones, yes. Wouldn't it be funny if she responded to a simple name like... Oh, that must be Neil. He said he might drop over tonight if he had to be out this
I'll let
way.
him in, Marge.
No, I'm up. I'll let him in.
What's he doing out this way? Interviewing Mr. Lorenz some more?
I guess so. He's going his whole time now with this movie concert. Oh, Mr. Lorenz. Well, come in.
I hope I do not.
Well, not at all. Come right in. We're just sitting around. Why not join us?
Your small town office, this is do with my evening.
Well, good evening, Mr. Loran.
Mr. Ace, I am afraid I make myself an unwelcome visitor.
No. Glad to have you.
I do not like to presume on your hospitality.
You can come over any time you like. Has Mr. Williams been out tonight?
No, we postponed our talk till tomorrow. I wish now I had insisted on tonight. I find so little to do with my night here.
Well, there's not much excitement in our kind of town, Mr. Loran.
Oh, do not misunderstand me. I do not ask for excitement, but...
But after Hollywood, I imagine you find it rather dull around here.
No, not dull, not at all. I find your life most interesting. That is when I study it by day.
Oh, have a chair.
Thank you.
Cigar?
No.
Can I get you anything at all?
No, thank you, nothing. I am happy to sit and...
Well, how's the picture coming along? You making any discoveries in small town life?
Oh, yes, delightful discoveries. I feel we shall have a great picture before we are finished.
Mr. Lorenz, how'd you happen to pick this town? I mean, of all the towns that you might...
Oh, it was quite by accident. I was on my way west when the thought occurred to me that I knew so little of small-town life here in America. I made up my mind and hopped off the train. How do you say, on the spur of the moment?
Oh, yeah.
That was quick thinking.
And a very lucky thought, too. I don't know how I would have been able to create the right background for such a picture.
What kind of a picture is it going to be, or are you at liberty to discuss it with us?
At liberty, I'd love to discuss it, but I'm afraid I would bore you.
Oh, I should say you would.
Oh, of course not. It isn't very often that we get an inside view of picture making like
Well,
this.
it is a very simple story, but I hope to make it great by its very simplicity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see I do not make myself clear.
I think I understand.
What's the name of the picture?
Well, so far it has been called by many names, but...
Oh, speaking of names.
Oh, yes, excuse us. Jane!
Jane! That's the one. I finally found the right one. It sure took you a long time.
Jane, here's Mr. Loran.
Oh, Mr. Loran.
Good evening, Mrs. A.
Well, why didn't you tell me he was here? When did you come in? I was standing out there
Mrs.
waiting.
Ace is trying to make up her mind just what name she should adopt for the movie.
Yes, I've been trying.
You find the movie craze everywhere, Mr. Loran.
Of course, it is only natural.
Yes, I imagine every woman thinks she's a coming movie star.
I have found it so. Mr. Williams tells me we shall have hundreds of ladies in our contest.
That's going to be quite a job, picking the right one.
Oh, but Mrs. Ace thinks it's practically over. She's already won it, and she's choosing a name for the movies now.
Oh?
Yes, I've been trying to make up my mind, but you finally called me by the right one, dear.
What right one? We forgot all about you. We just happened
The one you called me. That's the one I'm going to
See
use.
how excited she is about it, Mr. Loran.
It is only natural. I find it so everywhere.
Yes, but what you don't find everywhere is the confidence my wife has picking out her movie name before she even wins.
A name is only as glamorous as what it stands for.
Beg pardon?
A rose by any other name, you know.
Rose, you like that name?
No. Mr. Loran
Most
said...
married ladies choose their maiden names, Mrs. A.
My maiden name. What was it now? It's been so long, you know. No, I think the one I decided on is the best. Don't you, dear?
I don't know what you're talking about, but yes.
Well, I think I'd leave the name business until after the contest is over, Jane, if I were you. How about it, Mr. Loran?
Perhaps it would be wiser. But, as I say, names mean so little. Who was it said? And the best and the worst of this is that neither is most to blame if you have forgotten my kisses and I have forgotten your name.
Not me. Don't look at me. I didn't say that. I
Don't say that. I think this is getting a little confused for you, Mr. Loran, isn't it?
No, indeed. I enjoy it. I enjoy to hear the delightful laughter.
Oh, Martha, she's always laughing.
I had begun to believe laughter was a lost art.
Well, not around here. There's something going on all the time. Jane sees to that.
But to be able to laugh with all one's heart, what I wouldn't give for that.
Well, you just hang around here a while, Mr. Lorenz, and you'll be laughing.
I hope so. It has been so long since I have really laughed.
Really? Is Hollywood that serious a business?
Hollywood.
Do you know very many picture stars, Mr. Loran?
I think so.
Do they live close to you?
Some of them, yes.
Well, what are they like? I mean, when they're not acting on the screen.
What are they like?
Uh-huh.
They are children of emotion.
Oh, you mean Shirley Temple.
Oh, now, Jane, I think that...
Oh, that laugh again. It fascinates me. I have become intrigued by your laugh. Are you really so happy?
Oh, why shouldn't I be?
Have you everything you wish for?
Well, I don't wish for much.
Do wishing is one of life's greatest joys. Haven't you ever wished for something more than just this?
Just what?
You work, I suppose.
Of course, and I like it.
Perhaps that is because you must like it. You have no choice.
Well, I haven't thought much about it, but I do like it.
Marge doesn't take much time out for going into movie contests and things like that, if that's what you mean.
What a pity. Perhaps I can change your mind.
About going into this contest? No, thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. Marge doesn't know much about that, Mr. Moran. Even when we went to school together, she never cared about being in plays and things like I did.
Oh, you were in plays?
Oh, yes.
I could have guessed.
You could, see, dear?
Yes, I see what he means.
I want to ask you something about the contest, Mr. Lorenz. You just don't choose the prettiest girl, do you?
No, I don't think so.
They have to know how to act, too, don't they?
It helps, yes.
They have to be more cute than pretty, I guess.
Cute?
Uh-huh, is that it?
It is the one American word I cannot tolerate.
You and me both.
I believe you understand.
Of course I do.
Perhaps I can change your mind and make you understand something else that I have thought.
Do you like the name I picked out?
The name?
What name? You didn't pick any name.
Yes, the last one of those four I gave you.
Oh, Jane Jones?
Yes, no, not Jones. That doesn't say Jones. Where's that last letter?
Here it is. Jane, what does this say?
Jane.
Jane.
Yes, like Simone.
Oh, Jane, like Simone.
Yeah, that's the name I came out on.
Well, Jane certainly hits her wagon to a real star. But Mr. Loren seems to have other plans about the girl he hopes will win the contest. We'll learn more about that when next we meet the Easy
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with My Wonderful One, Let's Dance. Here's a dessert, ladies and gentlemen, that's just as gay as a morning in May. Yes, you're right. It's Jell-O. Rich, radiant Jell-O, a brilliant dessert that brightens up the table like a bowl of gay spring flowers. Jell-O is truly a delight to the eye and an inspiration to every appetite. Even the simplest meals take on a special attraction, become a real feast of flavor when there's a big dish of shimmering Jell-O for dessert. No matter which one of Jell-O's 6 glowing colors you choose, you'll have a dessert that looks like a million. And no matter which one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors you select, you're in for a lot of swell, satisfying refreshment. Jell-O is simply full of extra rich flavor, as tempting as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. So enjoy some real soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O, and be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. My Wonderful One, Let's Dance, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our program tonight, we're going to reenact the events which occurred on our recent airplane trip from New York to Los Angeles. The time is last Monday morning, and as the scene opens, a taxicab carrying Jack and Mary is approaching the New York Municipal Airport on Long Island.
Well, Mary, we sure had a lot of fun in New York, didn't we? Shows, nightclubs, and everything.
I'll bet it was pretty expensive, eh, Jack?
All right, so it ran into money. But who cares? And how often do I go to New York? How often do I get on a spree?
How often does Paramount pay your expenses?
I don't care. I still feel like a playboy.
That's you, a nice, on-the-cuff playboy.
Anyway, I had fun. Hey, driver, step on it, will you? I don't want to miss the plane.
Your wish is my command.
Well... polite fellow, isn't he?
Oh, boy, wait till Paramount sees your expense account.
Mary, there's nothing wrong with it. Here it is right here, itemized and everything. Look, meals, room, tips, taxicabs, it's all legitimate.
How you going to explain this item? Blue suit, $85.
I bought that suit to make a personal appearance at the Paramount Theater. I wore it on the stage and everybody saw it.
Underwear, $4.50. What did you do, a striptease?
Mary, let Paramount worry about my underwear, will you? And driver, a little faster, please. We want to get there.
It is yours to request, mine to obey.
Well, thanks. My, isn't he formal?
Say, Jack, what's this on your list? Tips, $18. Gratuities, $37.
Now, what's wrong with that?
They mean the same thing.
They do not. Tips is dimes, and gratuities is from a quarter up. So mind your own business. Gee, look what time it is.
Well, jeepers creepers, this tops everything.
Now what?
Shoelaces, 5 cents.
Give me that list. You're not supposed to see it anyway. Hey, driver, that's the airport right ahead, isn't it?
It's mine to drive, yours to point out.
Oh, stop! Yep, that's the airport, all right.
Wow, look at all those planes.
Yeah. Just think, 18 hours and we'll be in California. You know, Mary, the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world.
Unquote. I read the folder, too.
Well, it's very impressive. Well, here we are. I hope the rest of the gang are here. How much do I owe you, driver?
That'll be $2.
$2. Here you are. And, oh, yes, here's a tip for you.
Couldn't you make that a gratuity?
All right, here's a quarter. Goodbye, driver.
Goodbye. If you like me, tell your friends. If not, tell it to Sweeney.
16,000 cab drivers in New York, and I have to get a philosopher. Come on, Mary. The others are probably inside.
Here comes John Wilson now.
Where? Oh, yes, and Dennis is with him. Hey, fellas.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hey, well, Dennis, a few minutes more, and we'll all be flying back to California. Are you thrilled?
I'll say. But you know, Mr. Benny, I've never flown before. Is it scary?
No, there's nothing to it. I love it.
What are you talking about? You've never been up in a plane before in your life.
I've never been up in a plane.
No.
Then how come in Waukegan they used to call me Wings Benny?
That's because your shoulder blade stuck out.
Oh, sister, are you pressing? Now, where's Rochester with the luggage?
Maybe he's in the waiting room.
Yeah, let's go in. Come along, Dennis.
Say, Jack, did you have any trouble persuading Rochester to fly?
Well, he was pretty scared, Don, but I finally convinced him that the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world. That sold him. Gee, it's a beautiful station, isn't it, Mary?
Yeah, I'm going over to get a magazine.
Okay. Bring me a couple of cigars.
You want those stinkers, or is Paramount paying for them?
Never mind. Get good ones.
Attention, please. TWA Flight 9, the Sky Chief to Los Angeles, now loading at gate number 10. All aboard, please.
You hear that? They're loading the plane, and Rochester isn't even here yet.
You don't have to worry about Phil Harris. There he is over there.
Oh, yeah.
And look at that beautiful girl with him.
Yeah.
That's for me.
Dennis, come back here. Well, I'll go over and get Phil. Be right back, fellas.
Well, we'll be shoving off pretty soon, honey. Gosh, I hate to leave you.
Gee, Philby, I'll be so lonesome without you.
Sure had a lot of fun these last couple of weeks, huh, Sugar?
It's been heavenly.
Oh, hello, Phil. I didn't see you.
Hiya, Jackson. You all set to leave?
Yep. And, well, who's this gorgeous creature?
Oh, pardon me. Jackson, I'd like you to meet Miss...
Oh, fine. Some romance.
What is your name, honey?
Minnie Jerkfinkel.
Jerkfinkel?
Yes, my brother Logan is one of your
Most ardent fans, I know. I met him. Well, it's a pleasure, Miss Jerkfinkel. Give my regards to your brother. Come on, Phil. We got to get going.
Goodbye, Philzy.
So long. See you next year,
Minnie. Hey, that's a good-looking girl, Phil. Where'd you meet her?
My guitar player introduced her to me.
Oh. Well, how did he meet her?
I pointed her out to him.
Oh, the old one, too, eh? You know, Phil, if you... Well, look who's here.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Rochester. Have you got the luggage weighed and everything?
Uh-huh.
Well, then come on. Let's get on the plane.
You know, boss, I've been pounding on this, and I think I'll go by train.
What do you mean?
You take the high road, and I'll take the low road. And I'll be in Los Angeles behind you.
Now, Rochester, don't be such a coward. Why, flying today is wonderful. It's just as safe as walking down the street. In fact, it's safer.
Boss, you're talking to a man that comes from a long line of Pullman porters.
I'm not going to argue with you. You want to go back to Hollywood, don't you?
Yes, but I don't want to ride on nothing where there's nothing under it.
Oh, Rochester, you're silly. Flying is the greatest thing in the world. You ever see a bird that wasn't happy?
Well, the day I wake up with feathers on, I'll try it.
Listen, Rochester, I've told you 1,000 times that the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable...
Okay, let's go.
More like it. Come on.
Here's your cigar, Jack.
Thanks. What's that you got there?
It's a movie magazine. It's got your picture on the cover.
Let's see that. Oh, yeah. In color, too. See, my eyes sure look blue, don't they?
Hey, fellas, look at this magazine with my picture on it.
Oh, Jack, take it easy.
I'm going over to get a few more copies of this.
Attention, please. TWA Sky Chief, Flight 9, leaving immediately. All aboard.
Hurry up, Jack. Never mind the magazine.
Yeah, the heck with them. The heck with them nothing. It'll only take a second. Hey, young fella, give me a half a dozen copies of that magazine with my picture on it.
Take a dozen. They ain't selling.
All right, give me all of them. Here's your money.
Come on, Jack. The plane's ready to leave.
I'm coming. Here, Rochester, take these magazines.
Are you sure you want me to go with you, boss?
Yes, get going.
Okay. Doggone, if this plane is the 8th wonder, I'm the 9th for getting on it.
And stop talking to yourself.
Come on, Jack.
We're coming. We're coming. Isn't this marvelous up here? Hey, Mary, see the airport way down there?
Yeah, it sure looks small, doesn't it?
Yep. How do you feel, Dennis?
Oh, boy, this is fun.
It sure is. Hey, Rochester, look at the airport way, way down there.
Describe it to me. I ain't looking.
What a baby.
Jack, we're flying over the East River now. Look at the skyline of New York below us.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that thrilling? Rochester, look at that skyline.
Boss, please.
Open your eyes. Hey, Phil,
What do you want, Jackson? Excuse me a minute, honey.
Honey? Fine way to talk to the air hostess. You don't even know her.
I don't, huh? Her name is Miss Rutherford. She's single, comes from Texas, hasn't got a steady boyfriend, and what am I waiting for?
We've only been on this plane 2 minutes. She is pretty, though.
That's for me.
Oh, you and your that's for me.
Say, Jack.
What?
We're up in the air now. Why don't you unstrap your safety belt?
Because you're not supposed to. I'm not taking this belt off until we get to Los Angeles. That's the rule.
Why, Jack, you're only supposed to strap yourself when the plane takes off and when it lands.
Don, you're not talking to a greenhorn. I've been up before.
Go on, you haven't been up in the air since you played Little Eva in Uncle Tom's Cabin.
It wasn't me, that was my sister Florence. I played a bloodhound in that. And I got a blue ribbon, too.
Well, is everybody comfortable up here? How are you, Mr. Benny?
Oh, I'm fine, Miss Rutherford. Just fine.
You know, Mr. Benny, you can unstrap your belt now.
Oh. Have they changed the rules? You see, in the old days, when I was a test pilot, we used to stay strapped in all the time.
Oh, were you a test pilot?
Yes.
You used to try out pitchforks in a livery stable.
Mary, will you stop dreaming things up? Oh, Miss Rutherford, my ears have been buzzing a little bit. Is that on account of the altitude?
Yes, that's caused by air pressure on the eardrums. Now just swallow real hard and you'll be all right.
Oh, okay. Oh. There, that did it. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Benny, my ears are buzzing, too.
Well, just swallow, Dennis, like I did. Go ahead, real hard.
Okay. Oh.
Dennis, you ought to have your skull x-rayed sometime. I think there's something wrong there.
Oh, miss, when are we going to have lunch?
Right after we leave Chicago, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
You just had breakfast. Oh, Miss Rutherford, would you adjust my seat for me, please? I want to sit back and relax.
Why, certainly. There you are.
Thanks. No, we seem to be climbing higher all the time. Oh. There I go again.
Me, too.
I wonder what does that. Just think. 5 hours ago we were in New York, and now we're pulling out of Chicago.
Say, Jack, look at that little old lady that just got on.
Oh, yes.
She's reading that movie magazine with your picture on the cover.
She is. Well, pardon me, madam. You know, that's my picture there on the cover.
Eh?
I said that's my picture on the cover.
They sure touched it up, didn't they?
Well, a little, but I think it's a good likeness. Hey, Rochester, you feel better now?
Oh, I feel fine, boss.
Good. How about playing a game of casino?
I left the cards at home.
Well, what of it? We can get a deck of cards from the hostess.
I can't win with them.
Oh-ho! So that's it. Well, Rochester, that $9,000 I owe you is automatically canceled.
Oh, Mr. Benny, if you look out of the window now, you'll notice that we're passing over Waukegan.
Waukegan? Oh, boy! Everybody stop reading and look out the window. Hey, Phil, look at Waukegan.
Don't bother me. I'm doing a crossword puzzle.
Look, Mary, there's the city hall.
Oh, yeah, I see the dome.
Well, I'll be darned. There's Mayor Tallcott sitting on the flagpole. Hey, Bidey!
Hiya, Jack.
Gee, he must have known I was going to pass through.
Do you recognize everything, Mr. Benny?
Sure, there's the Waukegan Hotel. There's Genesee Street. And there's my father's clothing store.
And there's your father out on the sidewalk wrestling with a customer.
He is not. He waits until they get in the store.
What's all the rumpus, young man?
We just passed over my hometown, Waukegan. I was born there.
Eh?
I said I was born there.
They sure touched it up, didn't they?
Oh, forget it. Gee, that was a thrill.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
What's a three-letter word meaning opposite of woman?
Man. M-A-N.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Mary, he's been working that crossword puzzle ever since we left New York.
Miss Rutherford, we're going to have lunch pretty soon?
In just a minute, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you.
Pardon me, young man. Are you John Wilson, the radio announcer?
That's right, madam, and I broadcast for Jell-O.
Eh?
Jell-O. Go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O.
What's that you sell again?
Jell-O, madam. It comes in 6 delicious flavors, and look for the big red letters on the box.
I sure will.
Don, if I didn't know that lady was a total stranger, I'd swear this was a plug. I really would.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
What's a 9-letter word meaning musical organization?
Orchestra.
Oh, yeah, that was a toughie.
And he's a musician.
Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
Well, Sunday is Mother's Day, so I was wondering if I could sing my song now and dedicate it to Miss Rutherford, our hostess.
Dedicated to Miss Rutherford? What for?
Well, all during this trip, she's been just like a mother to me.
Me too. Drat it. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
Hey, Jackson, orchestra don't fit. I got to have a 9-letter word.
Well, how many letters do you get out of orchestra?
A-O-R-K-I-S-T.
Phil, just take your pencil and make the white squares black. That's your speed. Sing, Dennis.
Okay.
And stop swallowing. O-R-K-I-S. What a guy.
Sometimes in the hush of evening hour, when shadows creep sweet from the west. I think of the twilight songs you sang and the boy you loved to rest. A wee little boy with a tall little head that long, long ago was thine. I wonder if sometime you long for that boy. Oh, little mother of mine. And now he has come to man's estate, grown stalwart in body and strong. You'd hardly know that he was a lad you loved with your slumber song. The years have altered the form and the light, but the heart is unchanged by time, and still he is only your boy as of old. Oh, little mother of mine, oh, little mother of
That was very good, Dennis. Ought to go over swell on the program Sunday.
I hope so.
Say, Mary, that fried chicken looks pretty good. Give me a bite, will you?
Why didn't you order some when we did?
I wasn't hungry then. Oh, Miss Rutherford, I'll have a luncheon tray, please.
I'll bring it right in, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Hey, wait a minute. Who took this magazine and drew a mustache on my picture? Did you do it, Mary?
No, I didn't think of it, darn it.
Well, someone did. Did you, Phil?
Not me.
Was it you, Dennis?
No, Mr. Benny.
Well, who did?
I did. You want to make something out of it?
I don't think that's very nice, madam. Hey, Rochester, get an eraser. Get an eraser and remove this mustache from my picture.
Okay, boss. Should I uncross your eyes, too?
Yes, and fix up that tooth she blacked out. Now, go ahead.
Why can't Mr. Harris do this and I'll do the puzzle?
I don't care who does it, but get it done. By the way, Rochester, how do you like flying now?
Just fine. You know, boss, I think I'll buy an airplane when I get to California.
You better wait till your yacht is paid for. You're the down payingest man I ever saw. You buy more things that you can't keep.
You're right, boss. I've had everything repossessed but my first wife.
I'm not surprised.
Here's your soup, Mr. Benny. I'll have your chicken ready in a minute.
And some mashed potatoes, please. Gee, isn't this marvelous? Imagine eating soup while sailing through the air at 200 miles an hour. Gee, just like we were right at home. Who pushed me?
Nobody pushed you. We just hit an air pocket.
Well, get me a towel. I got clam broth all over my blue suit.
You mean Paramount's blue suit?
I mean, get me a towel. Wish the pilot would watch where he's going. Now cut that out! Oh, Miss Rutherford, tell the pilot to watch what he's doing.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't be a baby.
I'm not a baby. Now we're pitching.
Oh, boy, this is fun.
Fun? Gosh, I'm getting sore.
Are you dizzy, young man?
No, I'm all right. I'm fine.
What's the trouble, Jack?
No trouble at all, Don. I said I'm all right.
You look kind of pale, Jack. Are you sick?
No, I'm not sick.
Then what's that you got in your lap? The Davis Cup?
Mary, this is no time to joke. Now stop.
Here's your fried chicken, Mr. Benny.
Oh. Later, please. Open that air vent a little more there, Rochester. And put down my chicken. I'll be all right in a few minutes.
Okay, boss, I'm sorry.
Take the chicken, Rochester. Go ahead.
Thanks, boss.
Can I do something for you, Jack?
Yeah, stop staring at me.
Oh, Mr. Benny, why don't you drink a glass of water and hold your breath?
Dennis, holding your breath is for hiccup.
That's all you need.
Gosh, I can't understand it. I felt so good just a minute ago. And now, oh. Everything happens at once. Wish we were in Los Angeles already.
Why, Jack, this is a swell trip. You're the only one that's complaining.
I can't help it. I don't feel good.
But, Jack, an old test pilot once told me that the modern airplane, winging its way through the
All
clouds,
right,
is a
all right.
veritable eighth wonder of the world.
That's very interesting. Now, let me alone.
Okay, Wings.
Mary, please.
Hey, Jackson, how do you spell lobster?
Lobster?
Now cut that out, Phil!
The heck with your puzzle.
How do you feel now, Mr. Benny?
Not so good, Miss Rutherford.
Well, I'll sit right by you and hold your hand.
Gee, thanks. You know, you're awfully sweet to me.
Now, just relax, Mr. Benny, and I'll stroke your forehead.
Ah.
Look at the big movie star.
Let me alone, Mary. Gee, Miss Rutherford, your hand is so soothing and so cool. So cool. Yeah, your hand is so cool. So cool.
Thanks, boss.
Rochester! Where's Miss Rutherford? Where's everybody?
They got off the plane. We've landed.
Oh, my goodness. You mean we're in Los Angeles?
Sure, boss. Let's go.
Well, gee, we're here already. And I feel swell. Rochester, wrap up that fried chicken. I'll eat it on the way home.
Okay.
Don't wrap it in my picture. Boy, just think. 18 hours from New York to Los Angeles. You know, Rochester, the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world.
It sure is, boss. It sure is.
And now, let me tell you about one quick, easy way to answer that day-after-day question of what shall we have for dessert. Now, here's the whole trick. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for a box of strawberries and some lemon or orange Jell-O. Then when dinner time comes, surprise and delight the family with a swell new Jell-O dessert, Jell-O cubes with strawberries. Well, the very name tells you here's something that's going to be mighty easy to eat, and it's just as easy to make. All you do is first prepare one package of lemon or orange Jell-O in the usual way and turn it into a pan to chill. Now, when it's firm, cut into cubes and arrange these cubes in sherbet glasses along with sweetened sliced strawberries. Then serve it either plain or with cream, and believe me, the smiles around the table will be just as bright as this gay Jell-O dessert itself. Yes, for full, rich flavor and tempting appearance, Jell-O cubes with strawberries certainly rates for the best. So, friends, try this new Jell-O creation tomorrow. Juicy crimson strawberries, sliced and sweetened, and mingled with tiny glistening cubes of bright lemon or orange Jell-O. It's a grand dessert, quick and easy to make, a joy to look at, and downright delicious.
This is the last number of the 32nd program in the current Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Before saying goodnight, I want to wish a happy Mother's Day to mothers everywhere. Oh, Mary, did you send your mother a wire?
Yes, I sent her a wire, some flowers, a box of candy, and a check.
How much was the check?
You'll find out.
Good night, folks.
Be sure to listen to the Aldrich Family, heard in most communities every Tuesday night. Consult your local newspaper or movie or radio guide magazine for the day and exact time of the Aldrich Family.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Where Do I Go From You? You know, it's really true that somehow the better a dessert looks, the better it tastes. In fact, that's one of the big reasons why so many people find Jell-O such a marvelous treat. Because there's a world of extra pleasure in eating a dessert that looks as gay and inviting as does Jell-O. Jell-O has a distinctive beauty all its own. There's the rosy pink that reminds you of ripe red strawberries, the bright crimson that makes you think right away of plump, juicy raspberries, as well as all of the other rich, tempting Jell-O colors. And each glowing color is just as attractive. Each grand flavor is just as delightful and refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. So, friends, enjoy a shimmering mold of glorious Jell-O right away quick, possibly tomorrow. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O in all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. But be sure to ask for it by name, because Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And those big red letters on the box assure you of getting the flavor that made Jell-O famous. From You, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who, after 3 hectic weeks in New York, has returned to the simple life in Southern California and resumed his favorite hobby of raising flowers.
I love him.
A man who may be seen any day in his Beverly Hills garden, hoeing in his hollyhocks, digging in his dahlias, and puttering in his pansies, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is the man with the hoe talking. And, Don, I'm glad you gave me that introduction because it brought out a side of me that most people don't realize. Benny, the nature lover.
Well, Jack, I didn't realize it myself until I read in the paper the other day that your petunias had won first prize in the Beverly Hills Flower Show.
My petunias? They only won third prize, Don. They should have come in first, but they weren't trying.
Weren't trying?
No, they just sat there in their pots and drooped. Next year, I'm going to enter nasturtiums. They may not smell so nice, but they're always in there punching. They'll come through.
But, Jack, isn't it a lot of trouble for a fellow as busy as you are to keep up a garden?
Yes, but it's worth it. Why, my backyard is one of the show places of Southern California. Isn't it, Mary?
Especially on wash day.
I don't mean Monday. I'm talking about my flowers.
Oh, they're beautiful. No kidding, Don. People come from miles around just to look at Jack's roses.
They sure do.
And Jack is so sweet about it. Children get in for nothing.
Mary.
Adults a quarter.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. That 25-cent admission isn't just for the roses. It also includes a tour of the house and Carmichael's roller skating act. It just about pays for the upkeep. I'm not trying to make my backyard commercial.
Go on. I fell in your swimming pool the other day, and you charged me 15 cents for a towel.
That's the standard rate all over the country. Anyway, I was talking to Don about my flowers.
Well, tell me, Jack, what else do you raise in your garden besides petunias and roses?
Oh, many varieties, Don. For instance, I have some beautiful dianthus caryophyllus. Those are carnations. And then I've got some lovely Bocania cordata. Those are gardenias.
My goodness, Jack, I'm surprised that you have such a complete knowledge of botany.
Oh, I have. For instance, Don, come here a minute. For instance, you wouldn't think to look at a flower that, well, I'll tell you about it later. It floored me. And you know, Don, I've been very successful lately experimenting with the improvement of various species of plant life.
Is that so?
Well, I think it's a shame, Jack, the way you go around telling people you perfected a cactus without needles.
Well, I did. That cactus in my yard doesn't have a needle on it. It's just as smooth as can be.
Sure, you lather it up and shave it every morning.
I do not, and that's a fine way to talk after the break I've been giving you on flowers lately.
Some break. You've been charging me 75 cents a dozen for carnations, and I can get them at the florist for 60.
The white ones with the pink edges? What are you talking about? Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, kids. What's the topic of conversation?
That's topic, Phil. And we're discussing flowers, a subject which would hardly intrigue you. In fact, you know nothing about them.
Is that so? I love flowers.
You love flowers.
Certainly. Why, I woke up this morning in a bed of tulips.
Phil, wherever you fall, that's where you wake up. You haven't been interested in flowers since dandelion wine went out. And you know it.
All right, so what's flowers? You smell them and throw them away.
Isn't that awful? Phil, when you come over to my house next Sunday, you'll see the most beautiful garden you ever laid your eyes on.
Your house next Sunday? What's going on then?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I told Don and Mary before the broadcast. You see, our sponsor, Mr. Mortimer of General Foods, happens to be in town. So I'm throwing a little party for him.
Incidentally, Jack, has General Foods picked up your option for next year?
My option? Well, doggone. Come to think of it, no.
He hasn't slept in 3 weeks, and he just found out why.
Mary. But you know, Don, this party will give me a swell chance to talk business with Mr. Mortimer.
Oh, Jack, who do you think you're fooling? That's the only reason you're giving it.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. There's no particular rush for me to sign my contract for next season. I'm not worried.
Sure, you can always play your violin in Phil's orchestra.
Yeah, I could.
Over my dead body.
Don't be so smart, Phil. And next Sunday, when you come over to my house, you'll be very nice to Mr. Mortimer.
Am I invited to your party, Mr. Benny?
Why, of course, Dennis. I didn't see you. Why didn't you say something?
Nobody would throw me a lead.
Well, I'll throw you a lead, Dennis. Now that you've made your presence known, how about singing a song?
Oh, boy, that'll be fun.
There he goes again. I wonder what makes that kid so happy.
Mr. Mortimer is his uncle.
He is? Say, that's swell. Sing, Dennis. Gee, I didn't know he was related to our sponsor. I might have known it, though. He's such a smart kid.
Last night we met, and I dreamed of you yet, with a wind and the rain in your hair. There in the mist, how you sighed when we kissed, with a wind and the rain in your hair. The rain was a song, the wind was a voice. The night was dark and stormy, but how could my heart ever be cold with your 2 arms to warm me? I held you tight as you whispered good night, with a wind and the rain in your hair. Now it will be my favorite memory, that vision of you standing there. Darling, there in the mist, how you sighed when we kissed, with the wind and the rain in your hair. With the wind and the rain in your hair.
Very good. That was The Wind and the Rain in Her Hair, sung by our own little Dennis Day. Denny, I call him. Oh, Dennis?
Yes, please?
You know, that's one of the most beautiful songs you've done this year. The title is so poetic, The Wind and the Rain in Her Hair. I wonder what that girl was doing out in the rain with all that wind in her hair.
Well, Jack, I happen to know all about that. The young lady in question was on her way to her neighborhood grocer to buy a package of Jell-O.
Oh.
When suddenly a storm came up. Lightning flashed, and the wind howled and moaned all around her. Our heroine pressed on, undaunted through the driving rain. But she didn't turn back. She wanted Jell-O. Jell-O, do you understand? And she's going to get it.
Gee.
It grew darker and darker, and through the fury of the storm, you could hear her voice crying, Jell-O, Jell-O.
My goodness. Well, tell me. Tell me, Don. Did she get the package of Jell-O with the big red letters on the box?
Yes, Jack. And after that, she went to a beauty parlor for a permanent wave. And it made her look so beautiful that she was immediately signed up for pictures.
Well.
And today, that girl is known to the world as Miss Barbara Stanwyck.
Isn't that wonderful? Oh, thank you. And if you tune in next week, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Don Wilson, the eminent biographer, will tell the story behind Guess Who?
Logan Jerkfinkel.
Now you spoiled it. Get another one ready, Don.
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from the sublime to our feature attraction of the evening, tonight, the Benny you requested We'll Molested players will present their version of that sensational MGM screen masterpiece, based on Kenneth Roberts' brilliant novel of American history, that outstanding cinema achievement, Northwest Passage. Thank you, Snapdragon.
That's Journicum Excelsium.
I know what it is. Boulogne. Now, as you may remember, folks, this Technicolor production starred Spencer Tracy as Major Rogers, the famous explorer and Indian fighter. And Dennis, I've got a big surprise for you. You're going to be the star of our play tonight. You're going to take Spencer Tracy's part.
Spencer Tracy? Oh, boy!
We'll show your uncle just what you can do.
What uncle?
Mr. Mortimer, our sponsor.
He isn't my uncle.
He isn't? Darn you, Mary. Well, anyway, Dennis, as I was saying, in our play tonight, you're going to be an Indian guide. That's all.
An Indian guide? I thought I was going to be the star.
You better keep your trap shut or you won't be anything. Had just about enough out of you.
What's going on here?
Never mind. Now, getting back to our sketch, inasmuch as I am a very dear friend of Spencer Tracy's, I will naturally play his part.
A fine thing to do to a friend.
Listen, Mary, I can handle a part. Why, I can do anything Spencer Tracy can do, except possibly play polo.
Make it everything. You'll feel better.
Okay. Now, Phil, you're going to play Robert Young's part, the map maker of our expedition. You're thrown out of Harvard College, so you join my troop of Rangers.
Well, why would I be thrown out of Harvard? That don't ring true.
Phil, the trouble we're going to have is getting you into Harvard. The rest will be easy. Now, Mary.
Yes, please?
Mary, you're going to play the part of a young girl who, as a child, was captured by the Abenaki Indians. And years later, I save you from this hostile tribe.
You're some hero.
Well, I am. They're very savage Indians. In fact, I almost lose my scalp.
What do you care? You got 3 more hanging in your dressing room.
All right, now just for that, you might as well tear up that pass I gave you for my rose garden. I'm voiding it. Now, let's see. Who else?
What am I going to be in the play, Jack?
Well, Don, you were going to be a ranger, but due to a shortage of actors, I've decided to make you a whole company of rangers. So when I call the roll, just answer here 50 times.
Do I get more money for playing all those parts?
Not unless you got a certain uncle.
That has nothing to do with it. Now, this epic, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after the next number, which will be played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Hit it, boys.
Gee, Mr. Benny, why can't I play Spencer Tracy's part?
Get away from me, Dennis, or I'll twist your wrist. Play, Phil. I can't stand an imposter. That was Loud, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hold on, Jackson. That's the kind of a number you gotta play loud.
Phil, you could play Low the Gentle Lark and make it sound like 8 vultures on a tin roof fighting over a xylophone. And now, folks...
Well, that's just silly. Why would vultures fight over a xylophone?
They think it's spare rib. Does that clear things up, Brub? And now, folks, for our thrilling saga of early American history, Northwest Passage or A Tramp in the Woods. Take it, Mr. Narrator.
Ladies and gentlemen, the year is 1712. The scene is Crown Point, located on the Hudson River in the colony of New York. Major Rogers and his famous rangers have decided to wipe out the Abenaki Indians, a hostile tribe who have been ravaging the countryside, burning the farmers' homes, and kidnapping their wives and children. As the scene opens, the Major is addressing his men.
Now listen, men, and listen carefully. For years, the Abenaki Indians, a hostile tribe, have been ravaging the countryside, burning the farmers' homes, and kidnapping their wives and children.
The man just said that.
Quiet, you're not in this yet. Now, Rangers, here's my plan. We march northward this very day, northward to Lake Champlain and the Abenaki country. It's a dangerous mission, men, and no one knows how long it'll take. We may be gone weeks, months, perhaps years.
Who's going to water your petunias?
Never mind that. Now, we're all ready to go. But first, are there any objections?
Yes, we object.
What's the trouble, Company C?
Well, half of me have wives and children, and one of me is scared to death. I expect mutiny.
Well, take a little bicarbonate, and you'll be all set. Private Harris, did you draw the map of New York State like I told you to?
All but the Hudson River. I can't make a night boat.
Well, this is going to be some trick. Thank goodness we've got an Indian guide. All right, men, we must push on. And we'll wipe out those Abenaki Indians, or my name ain't...
And so our little band of rangers leave Crown Point and march 2 full days northward. It is now noon of the 3rd day.
Rangers, halt! I said, Rangers, halt! Hey, fellas, stop, will you? put your other foot down. What an outfit. Well, this looks like a good place to rest. Where are we, Private Harris?
Well, Major, according to my map, that peak just ahead is Mount Shasta.
Mount Shasta's in California, 3,000 miles from where we started. We've only been walking 2 days.
Hey, we made good time, didn't we?
Oh, marvelous. Harris, this is the worst map I've ever seen.
Well, if you don't like mine, why don't you stop at a gas station and get one?
Because there won't be a gas station for 200 years. Automobiles haven't been invented yet.
Oh, that's right.
I wish I knew where we were. Now, let's... Look, fellas, a wild turkey. And it nearly hit us. Well, I better ask my Indian guide where we are. Oh, Conkapat. Conkapat.
Oh, please?
Where are we? Do you recognize those mountains up ahead?
No, I don't.
You're a fine Indian guide.
Well, I thought I was going to be Spencer Tracy.
That was B.M., before Mortimer. Oh, well, we'll just have to march on, I guess.
But, Major, we can't march anymore today. Several of my backs are sprained, and most of my feet are killing me.
Your rear guard looks a little tired. I guess we'll have to camp here for the night. And careful, men. There's probably Indians lurking behind every bush.
Oh, Big Heap! Big Heap!
That's Big Heap Major. What do you want, Conkapat?
Look, Major, white girl.
White girl? Where? Oh, yes. Hello there.
Hello.
What are you doing in these woods, miss?
I was out picking violets and I got lost.
Violets, eh? Hey, fellas, look at these Vincas culottes. Ain't they pretty?
Yeah, they sure are. Yeah.
Now tell me, miss, who are you?
My name is Mary, and I was captured by the Indians many years ago. Please save me.
Now, wait a minute. How do I know you're not a spy? How do I know you've been living among the Indians?
I didn't get these beads at Magnan's.
Well, I guess you can come along with us. But I warn you, it'll be dangerous. We're on our way to wipe out the Abenaki. It's a hazardous mission.
I don't care, just so I can get back among my own people.
We will protect you. Come on, men. We better push on. Gee, those violets are beautiful. May I carry them, miss?
That's all those Indians have to see.
Oh, that's right. Come on, men, on our way. And we'll wipe out those Abenaki Indians, or my name ain't...
2 days later.
Where are we now, Harris? You recognize that lake ahead of us?
Well, according to my map, that's a finger bowl at the Brown Derby.
A lot of help you are. Company! I'm afraid to say halt, they'll start again. Now cut that out! You know where we are, miss?
Yes, that's Lake Champlain. There are a lot of Indians around here, but they're all friendly.
Good. Out! Friendly, eh? And why is this arrow sticking in me?
If you look close, it says, I love you on it.
Oh. Hey, Conkapat, pull this arrow out.
Okay.
Now, listen, men. Thanks. If that's Lake Champlain, we're headed in the right direction. On the opposite shore lies Fort Wentworth. And tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock, before the Indians wake up, we'll cross the lake. All right, men, lay down. Unfold blanket. Company, sleep.
It is 4 a.m. the following morning, and our little band of rangers is sound asleep, with the exception of Major Rogers, who was already awakened.
Company, halt! Now wake up, men. And no one speak above a whisper. The slightest sound will warn the Indians of our presence. Turn off that alarm clock. All right, men. On your feet and down to the canoes. Remember, not a sound, or we're doomed. Gosh, it's dark.
It sure is.
Not so loud.
4 o'clock in the morning, a fine time to get up.
Quiet. Now, everybody behind me. Single file. Quiet now. Quiet. Whoop! Harris, watch your musket. All right, men. Here we are. Now get in your canoe. And we'll wipe out those Abenaki Indians, or my name ain't...
6 months later, and we pick up our brave little band of rangers, footsore and weary, somewhere near Lake Champlain. They have been unable to find the Abenakis or Fort Wentworth, and have been without food for 8 weeks. In other words, things is bad.
Cheer up, men. Cheer up. We must have faith and courage.
But we're starved, Major, starved. And I've lost half of my men.
Well, on you it looks good. Gee, I'm hungry, too.
Here, have a bite of my moccasin.
Moccasins are no good without ketchup. Well, men, you've been brave and loyal soldiers. And I'm afraid this is the end. What's that?
Tom-toms. There must be Indians around here.
Indians? Raise your muskets, men.
Do not be afraid, Major. These Indians are peaceful and friendly.
Good. Yikes! Another bullseye. I'm getting pretty sick of this.
Look, Major. Here comes Big Chief and many braves.
Oh, yes. All right, men, put down your muskets. I'll talk to these Indians. How?
How?
We white men no want fight. We friendly.
We friendly, too.
No catch 'em food many moons. Tell me, Chief, which way Fort Wentworth?
Fort Wentworth?
Yes.
I don't know. Hey, Red Brother, which way Fort Wentworth?
I don't know. Hey, Thundercloud, which way Fort Wentworth?
I don't know. Hey, Geronimo!
Never mind. Let it go.
We'll find it ourselves. Come on, men. Forward, march!
Here, ladies and gentlemen, is a swell way to help add welcome variety to family meals. Just listen to this. The next time you go to the grocery store, glance at the shelf where you've been used to seeing those familiar red-lettered packages of Jell-O. And there on the same shelf, or mighty close by, you'll notice another row of packages also bearing the name Jell-O. These, ladies and gentlemen, are the delicious new Jell-O puddings made by the makers of Jell-O and fast becoming one of the country's favorite desserts. Jell-O, of course, you've enjoyed for many years. You found a world of pleasure in its grand goodness, its delightful extra-rich flavor, as tempting and refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. And I'm sure you'll get an equally big thrill out of these swell new Jell-O puddings. Jell-O vanilla pudding, Jell-O chocolate pudding, and Jell-O butterscotch pudding. So after this, when you buy Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings, too, and treat yourself to the smooth, luscious, creamy flavor of these marvelous new members of the Jell-O family, Jell-O pudding.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
Folks, this is Phil. If you'll ask your neighbor, you'll hear him say that if you want the best, buy RCA.
That's right, Phil. Inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. It's big, better, more for your money, and here's why. RCA Victor's new picture pickup brings in the best possible reception. Pictures are clear, steady, and bright. And RCA Victor television is million-proof television, quality proven in over 2 million homes. Best of all, RCA Victor 19-inch television is yours for little more than what was once paid for 10-inch television. And remember this, only RCA Victor owners can buy the RCA Victor factory service contract for expert installation and maintenance. So ask your RCA Victor dealer to show you 19-inch television. It's available in a wide range of table models, consoles, and combination instruments. And by the way, here's a big RCA Victor record value. It's the new Singer Single Series, 54 all-time Tin Pan Alley tunes by 9 of America's brightest recording stars. For some time, Alice has been after Phil to join an exclusive country club. Phil has shown no interest. So a week ago, Alice took matters into her own hands and sent an application to the Beverly Hills Country Club. As we look in now, William has just arrived at the Harris home and brought the mail in with him.
Good morning, Philip. Hello, Alice. The mail just arrived and I brought it in.
Oh, thank you, Willie.
Here's a package that came for you, Philip.
Hey, is it from Kansas City?
Yes.
Oh, boy, it came. I clipped the coupon out of my magazine over a month ago, and I thought they'd never send it, but they did. They sent it. They sent it.
They sent what?
My Jungle Jim loincloth.
A Jungle Jim loincloth?
With an attached smoke signal sender.
Phil, do me a favor.
What?
Put on your Buck Rogers flying belt and zoom off to another planet. Phil, just read the rest of your mail.
Okay. But I was going to get you one, too. Hey, what's this? A letter from the Beverly Hills Country Club. What would they be writing to me for?
Oh, Phil, I didn't want you to know about that yet. You see, I wrote them. Your birthday is coming up, and I wanted to give you this as a surprise.
Oh, Alice, you shouldn't have done it.
Done what?
Gone out and bought me a whole country club. Just think, a country club all my own. I've arrived.
Phil.
Oh, this'll make Daddy so happy. Now he can quit his job as locker boy at Bimini Bath.
Phil, will you please stop? I didn't buy you the country club. I just applied for a membership.
Alice, I don't want to belong to no country club. There's a bunch of stuffed shirts at those places.
Philip, it won't hurt you to meet a more intelligent class of people. Why, there are several prominent scientists among the members. I know they have an anthropologist, geologist, and a philatelist.
So what? Most of my friends are philatelists. When you live the way they do, you gotta be.
Philip, do you know what a philatelist is?
Certainly. A philatelist is a guy who believes that when it's your time to go, you're gonna go.
A philatelist is a person who is interested in stamps.
Oh, fine. I'm going to join a country club just to meet a guy who works in the post office.
Hey, Phil, why don't you open the letter and find out if they accepted your application?
Okay, I'll open it, but what's the use? Of course they accepted it. They're probably begging me to join. Let's see what it says. I knew it. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Harris, we have received your letter of application, and after thoroughly checking your character, references, and background, we find you accepted. However, we do not have an opening in the club at this time. But if we are ever in need of a bartender, we'll get in touch.
Bartender? They have a lot of nerve.
Now, wait a minute. There must be some mistake. Wait a minute. Oh, there's more here. Yeah, here it is. P.S. If you're interested, we do not have an opening. Oh, no. If you're interested, we do. That's right. We do have an opening in another department. And if you'll bring your own whisk broom, comb, and brush, we'll supply the liquid soap and towel. What are they talking about? I ain't no barber. They got a lot of gall sending me a letter like that. I'm a big man. I don't have to... Uh-oh, that's probably the president of the club now. Realized he's made a mistake, and he's here to apologize. I'll make him grovel. I'll make him sorry he ever started anything with me. You got a lot of nerve sending me a letter like that. You better start apologizing.
All right, I'm sorry, Curly. But tell me, how'd you know it was me who sent you that extortion letter?
All right, Remley, all right, it's you. What extortion letter?
Oh, you didn't get it yet? Well, when it arrives, there'll be 3 cents postage due. Just deduct it from the money I demanded.
Remley, what are you talking about?
I don't know. What are you talking about? I come in the door and you asked me to apologize. What for?
I'm sorry. I thought you was somebody else.
Sure.
I just got a letter of rejection from a country club.
Small fry. I got a letter of rejection from the government.
They don't want you to become a citizen, huh?
Please. I tried to enlist in the service. They turned me down.
That figures.
Look at this letter they sent me.
Let me see.
Here you
are. Oh, yeah. Dear Mr. Remley, we appreciate your attempting to enlist in our branch of the service. But unfortunately, you do not quite measure up to our qualifications. Signed, Colonel M.C. Mapes, recruiting officer for the WACs. Remley, the WACs are for dames.
I know, but they said if you enlist, you could choose your own branch. That's the only one that appeals to me.
Right.
What were you rejected for?
I don't know. Alice sent an application for me to join the swanky Beverly Hills Country Club, and they turned me down. I can't understand it.
Oh, Curly, let's face it. That highbrow set always considers people like us below them.
What do you mean below them? I got more talent than all of them put together. I'll bet there ain't one of them in that club that can sing like me.
That is entirely possible.
Don't be sarcastic. I happen to have a splendid voice, and I can prove it.
No, don't bother, Curly. I'll take your word for it.
No, when I set out to prove something, I prove it.
No, believe me,
I'd like to prove it. There's a certain dish they always make in the South, and when you eat it, boy, you'll find it melts in your mouth. I'm the guy who ought to know how good it can be, 'cause my mammy always used to fix it for me, and it's southern fried chicken I'm raving about. It's the kind of food that I just can't do without. Here's the recipe. Try it and you'll see. When you serve it, everyone will say, Call your butcher for the chicken, he'll do the rest. Tell him what you're cooking and he'll serve you the best. Clean off all the feathers till there's nothing but skin. Cut it into pieces and you're set to begin making southern fried chicken that's fit for a king. Pass another plate, well look at that, there's a wing. Here's the recipe, try it and you'll see. When you serve it, everyone will say, whoo! Get some flour, you have added seasoning too. Roll the chicken in it, and then here's what you do. Fry it all in deep fat until people appear. They're sniffing and they're saying, what you cooking in here? They'll be glad when you show them that chicken to rub. Pass the plate again, son, I just can't get enough. Here's the recipe, try it and you see. When you serve it, everyone will say, ha! Now you've got the recipe, so why hesitate? Try the southern dish and man, you'll say that it's great. Serve it with potatoes, make them French fries, you know. And don't leave out the chicken, he's the star of the show. 'Cause it's southern fried chicken, this recipe's for. Don't pass me the plate, son, I can't eat anymore. Maybe I'll try just one more gizzard.
Curly?
Yeah.
I got news for you.
What?
You didn't prove nothing.
Look, Brimley, will you listen to me? I didn't want to belong to that club, but after that letter they sent me, now I'm determined to get in.
Why don't you forget it, Curly? You know how those socialites are. Unless your family came over in the Mayflower, you're not one of them.
What are you talking about? I've got Indian blood. My family was here when the Mayflower arrived. Mother sold turkeys on the dock. I don't know if you know this or not, Remley, but I'm a direct descendant of Prince's Neck in the Woods. And my great-great-grandfather was that fearless warrior, Chief Yellow Belly. I'm as good as anybody at that club, and I'm going to go down there right now and have it out with
Curly, they won't even let you in the front door.
I'd like to see him try to keep me out. Now, come on, we'll get Alice and go down there and assert ourselves. I'll show them that they can't keep Wonga Harris out of any place.
For the last time, get out of this club and stay out!
Well, Phil, are you going to lie there, or are you going to get up and try it again?
Go ahead, Curly. Try again.
Frankie, they just threw me out 3 times.
They're just playing hard to get.
They don't want me, and I know why. They got restrictions.
Oh, what kind of restrictions?
They're anti-Cherokee. Fine thing. This is supposed to be a democracy. What kind of a country is this?
If you Indians don't like it here, why don't you go back where you came from?
Ugh on you.
Phil, trying to force your way in is not going to do it. The man said if some prominent person were to recommend you, they might consider your application.
Well, if that's all you need, you're practically in.
Who's going to recommend me?
Me?
You? Your recommendation couldn't get me into a Mexican jail.
Well, we don't know anybody who's going to recommend us, so let's drop the whole thing.
No, I'm not. If I could just get to see the president, I'm sure that he'd listen to me.
You're never going to get in that front door.
Maybe not the front door, but there must be a family entrance to this saloon.
There always is. Alice, you wait here. Frankie, you and I'll sneak around the back way.
All right.
Now, look. We're going to go right around the side here.
Wait a minute, Curly, wait.
What's the matter?
There's a big window facing this alley. The guy who threw us out will see us go by.
Not if we crawl past the window. Now, come on. Let's get down on our stomachs and just wiggle by.
Ooh, you Indian.
Come on. There. How you doing, Remley?
All right. But crawling along on my stomach ain't my idea of fun.
Quiet.
Yeah.
Wow, what do you know? A curly-headed gopher and its mate.
Oh, no, Julius. Curly, where'd he come from?
I turned over a rock, and there he was.
Fellas, you're finally getting some class.
What do you mean?
Crawling is much more refined than staggering. Why did you get in this condition so early in the day?
We're not in no condition.
Then what are you doing?
Well, Mr. Remley asked me to dig him up a date. And I think she's buried here someplace.
Is that the best you can think of?
On my stomach, yes.
Fellas, I don't want to get personal, but what are you doing here?
Well, if you must know, we're joining this club, and I'm crawling in to see the president.
Huh?
I mean, we have to sneak in to see the president because they turned down my application.
Naturally. You crumbs don't fit in with this social crowd.
Listen, kid, we can mix with the best of them. We're loaded with joie de vivre. We have a lot of éclat, quite a bit of savoir-faire.
Not to mention a whole case of Cavassier. We'd fit right in with these people.
Are you kidding? I can just see you guys at one of the club's formal dinners. Especially Mr. Remley with his table manners.
What's the matter with my table manners?
Your etiquette is atrocious, your decorum is deplorable, and your demeanor is repugnant.
What does that mean?
You eat like a pig!
Julius, I got a good mind.
All right, Frankie, will you leave him alone? Don't spend no more time with him. Now, come on, we have to get in the club.
All right.
Hey, I wonder where that back entrance is.
You don't know, huh?
No.
I'll be glad to give you directions.
Well, that's the least you can do, kid. It's about time you did something nice.
Anything to help you guys. Now, first you crawl to the end of the alley.
Yeah?
And then you turn right.
Yeah?
And count off 5 feet. Remember now, just 5 feet.
Okay, 5 feet. Come on, Remley.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I could have sworn that open manhole was only 5 feet away.
Help! Get us out of the sewer!
I wonder where they'll come out, Pismo Beach or Ocean Park.
I wonder what's keeping Phil and Frankie. How long do they expect me to stand here alone in front of the club? It's embarrassing. There's nothing to do, and... Oh, well, I might as well sing and pick up a few pennies from the passers-by. I've got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow, got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love. I got a song that I sing, I can make the rain go anytime I move my finger. Lucky me, can't you see I'm in love? Life is a beautiful thing, long as I hold the string. I'd be a silly so-and-so if I should ever let you go. I've got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow, got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love.
Joy you may define in 1,000 ways, but a case like ours needs a special phrase to say that we got the world on a string.
Life is a beautiful thing, long as I hold that string. I'd be a silly so-and-so if I should ever let you go. I've got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow, got the string around my little finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love. Said this was a rich neighborhood. I did 2 choruses and all I got was 18 cents. I used to do better with Rudy Vallee. I wonder what's keeping Phil and Frankie.
Here we are, Alice.
Well, it's about time. What took you so long to get here?
We missed the 2 o'clock bus back from Pismo Beach.
Yeah. You see, honey, we had a little accident. And, well, we had to go home and change our clothes. And hey, look who's getting out of that car at the curb. It's Mr. Scott, our sponsor. You know something? He's a member of this club. If he were to recommend me, I know that No. He wouldn't do it for me.
Maybe not for you, Curly, but he'd do it for me.
You?
Yeah. You know how he feels about me.
I certainly do. I hear he has his RCA engineers working on a scientific way to destroy you.
So that's how it happened.
That's how what happened?
Last week, Scotty gave me a television set for nothing.
Does it work?
I don't know. When my landlady tried to turn it on, she was electrocuted.
Stop with those wild stories. Mr. Scott wouldn't do anything like that.
Of course not. Remley, where do you get those wild things? I wish you'd stop.
Oh, hello, Harris.
Hello, Mr. Scott.
Oh, it's good to see you, Mrs. Harris.
Hiya, Scotty.
Remley. Are you still alive?
Mr. Scott, that was a terrible thing you tried to do to me. You shouldn't be bitter. Life is short, and you should love your fellow man before it's too late. How would you feel if I were to drop dead right now?
I don't know. But let's try it and see.
Say, Mr. Scott, you sure could do me a big favor. You see, well, I'm anxious to join this club, and well, you could recommend me. What do you say?
What's the matter? You soft in the head or something?
Oh, won't you do it for little old me, Mr. Scott?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Harris.
Won't you?
I give up. I've always been a pushover for her pretty blonde. I'll try to get you and Mr. Harris in.
Gee, thanks, Scotty. That's some acting, Alice. 18 cents. Mr. Scotty, we sure appreciate this. You know, I can't wait to join that club.
Well, tie Remley to that hitching post and let's go in.
No, you don't. I'm coming too.
All right, come on. Hey, Scotty, this certainly is a beautiful club you got here, and the president was very nice to us.
Yeah. Well, now that we're members of the club, Curly, let's step over to the bar and have one on the house.
Yeah.
Come back here, knothead. You're not members yet. You heard what the president said. The other members have to pass on you first.
Well, let's meet some of them. How about that motley-looking group over there?
What motley-looking group?
Those three corpses sitting in the corner. The ones that look like they're waiting for the coroner's report.
Those corpses happen to be three of our most distinguished members.
Well, let's go over and lie down and talk to
them. Harris, I don't know if you ought to meet them. They're very intellectual.
Well, that's just my type. Hey, if we can impress them, Frankie, we're as good as in it. Remley, stop dumping your ashes in that old man's ear trumpet. You'll burn his ear.
Oh, I thought it was a statue holding an ashtray. How was I to know?
Ouch!
Nice fast reflexes.
Remley, behave yourself.
Did you speak?
Pardon me, gentlemen. I want you to meet two people. Oh, yes. Mr. Harris, Mr. Remley, this is Mr. Carruthers, Mr. Harrington, and Mr. Smythe.
All right, gentlemen.
Fine.
Gentlemen, as I was saying to Carruthers, it is my firm conviction that the financial stabilization of this country is contingent upon sound economics. What do you think, Harris?
I think I better try another group. So long, fellas.
No, don't leave, Harris. We'd like to have the opinion of an outsider.
Well, you wait here and I'll go outside and get one for you.
Mr. Harris, we're discussing finances. What are your views on banking?
Oh, banking. Well, sir, I have found in my experience that banking is the best way to make a three-cushion shot. You put a little English on the cue ball and then kiss it right off the corner.
Gentlemen, you'll have to excuse Harris. Banking isn't his business.
But it happens to be mine.
Oh, no.
I'm really an investment counselor.
Oh? Mr. Remley, perhaps you can give me some advice on a sound investment.
Gladly. I find that debentures far outstrip escrows and investments of certain fiduciaries should be detonated.
Remley, please.
Of course, these are purely speculative. If you're interested in a sure thing, I'd suggest Blue Boy in the Fifth at Jamaica.
Yes, and if that don't appeal to you, buy into Mark Dex Incorporated. I don't think you can lose with that at the present time.
Mr. Harris, just what business are you in?
Well, you might call me an artist.
Who might?
So, you're an artist. What school? Modern or impressionistic?
Oh, indubitably.
I mean, what do you prefer? Van Gogh or Picasso?
Well, Van Gogh I can tolerate, but I can't stand Picasso.
Mr. Harris, I'm sure if you tried, you could develop a taste for Picasso.
I doubt it. That Mexican food gives me a heart attack.
Mr. Scott, are these men members of our club?
No, they're not members yet. You see, they're on probation.
That's a lie. I don't know about Curly, but my parole officer gave me a clean bill of health.
Parole officer? Harrington, I believe I've heard enough.
So have I. Mr. Scott, we'll thank you to take these two vulgarian friends of yours and throw them out into the street. And don't bother coming back yourself.
But, gentlemen, you can't throw me out of this club. It means everything to me. It's my life. It's my whole, my future, my everything.
Come on,
everything.
let's go, will you? Get out of here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Scott. You're not mad at me, are you, Scotty?
No. I'm not mad at you, Harris. In fact, I'm going to have my engineers make you a television set. Just like the one they made for Remley.
I'll give you a pair of rubber gloves to turn it on with, Curly.
Alice and Phil will be back in a moment. You're sure to find many of your favorite songs on the 27 records in RCA Victor's spectacular new Singers Single Series, a fabulous roundup of 54 all-time Tin Pan Alley song hits, sung with all-time perfection by 9 of today's greatest popular singers. Here indeed is a happy blending of yesterday's outstanding songs and today's leading song stylists. Perry Como's That Old Gang of Mine, Fran Warren flying Over the Rainbow, Dennis Day making Silver Moon Sail High Again, Dinah Shore evoking Orchids in the Moonlight, and many, many more unforgettable favorites. You can buy each record in this great RCA Victor series singly in either the conventional 78 speed or the more convenient 45 RPM speed. Or you can add the entire series to your record library. So keep the old memories, keep the old songs at your beck and call. Make your selections from the 54 hit numbers in the Singers Single Series, available now at your RCA Victor dealers.
This is Phil again. This is Cancer Control Month. You can strike back at cancer by joining the 1951 Cancer Crusade of the American Cancer Society. Support its vital programs of research, education, and service. Give generously to your local committee by mailing your contribution to Cancer, care of your local post office. That's Cancer, care of your local post office. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Hedda Hopper tells the latest about Hollywood over many NBC stations.
Jack Benny, Paulette Goddard. The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Starring Paulette Goddard and Jack Benny in Paris by Proxy. And now here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer bring you radio's #1 comedian, Jack Benny. And with him, one of moviedom's most glamorous stars, Paulette Goddard, in a hilarious comedy, Parent by Proxy. In just a moment, our play will begin. But meanwhile, we'd like to say,
Friends, these days, most of us feel that even a car that's apparently running in tip-top shape rates extra attention just to be sure that no little routine protection has been neglected. Well, when you get to wondering about that, why not take your car to a man whose business it is to know about such things, to your good Gulf dealer. He'll help you save your car with his Gulflex Car Saver Services that assures you of planned car-saving service by men who know how to do the job and who have the specialized equipment necessary. That way, you get a combination of a number of seasonal car-saver services. Some of these car-saver services are draining and flushing your crankcase and refilling with the proper seasonal Gulf motor oil, changing to summer gear lubricants, a complete Gulf Flex lubrication job, cleaning your air filter, cross-switching your tires, plus traditional Gulf courtesy services. So when you get your good Gulf dealer's car-saver services, you're sure to get done many of those jobs which are vitally important and which are so easy to forget. Stop at your neighborhood Good Gulf dealers tomorrow and start to care for your car for your country.
And now Oscar Bradley's music raises the curtain on Parent by Proxy, starring Jack Benny and Paulette Goddard. As our story opens, Jim Sloan, alias Jack Benny, who is a big splash in the American plumbing business, has just strolled into his office and taken his place at his desk.
Good morning, Miss Humphrey.
Good morning, Mr. Sloan. You're in early today.
Well, a businessman has to be on his toes, Miss Humphrey. I expect this to be a busy day. A very busy day. In fact, I hardly know what to do first. What time is it now?
12:30, sir.
Oh. Then in that case, open the files under L.
Under L?
Yes, my lunch is in there. And, by the way, is there a copy of the Morning Times around?
On your desk, Mr. Sloan.
Good, good. There's a little item I'd like to show you, Miss Humphrey. Your boss attended the charity ball last night.
No.
Oh, yes. Society is opening its doors to James Sloan. Even if I did make my money in plumbing fixtures. Here's the story right on the front page. I'll show you my name. Among those present were Biddle, Bowles, Carey, Fletcher, Morrow, Graves. Continued on page 12. Sharon, Burns, Riley, Jackson, Boulogne, Goldblatt. Continued on page 33. Can't seem to find the rest of the list.
Oh, there it is, Mr. Sloan. Next to the obituary column.
Oh, yes. I'm glad it wasn't under it. Larson, O'Neill, Hickey. Aha! Harry Baldwin, James Sloan, and Austin Peterson. Poor old Austin. Imagine being last on the list. I'll bet he feels like a nobody.
I'll bet he does.
It was really a gala evening, Miss Humphrey, and there I was in the middle of it, drinking and dancing. Of course, I would have looked better if I'd had a partner. And, oh, yes, I took a chance on a raffle.
What kind of a raffle?
Oh, I don't know. I never win anyway. But Miss Palmer said it was a thing to do.
Miss Palmer, huh?
Oh, don't use that tone of voice, Miss Humphrey. Clara Palmer is a lovely girl. Of course, her hair is a little stringy. That's what gave me the idea for my new drizzle shower. Now, run along to our office and call the Edgemere Stables. I want to find out how much a ponopoli costs.
A what?
A ponopoli. I mean a polypono. A polo ponus. You know, one of those things you sit on when you play pono. I mean poli. A polo. I'd have been better off by taking up badminton or tennis. Now, call the stables. Clara told me if I want to become socially prominent, I should take up the game.
But, Mr. Sloan, you fall out of a swivel chair. How will you stay on a horse?
I'll hang a guitar around my neck, and you'll think I'm Gene Autry. I can go along with a quip. Now, get out.
Yes, sir. Oh, Jim, darling.
Oh, hello, Clara.
Jim, dear, I have the most fabulously wonderful news for you. You won the charity raffle.
I did? How much?
Oh, but the prize wasn't money.
Oh.
But, darling, it was something money can't even buy.
Razor blade?
Oh, no, silly. You won the privilege of adopting a refugee orphan.
I did? I did.
Yes. Now, the child's name is Marcel Bender. Isn't it too utterly thrilling?
Oh, it's the utterliest thing I've ever heard of. But look, I can't take an orphan.
Now, it arrives today, homeless and hungry. And if you don't take it, your social prestige may suffer.
It will, eh? Well, where's the kid from?
France? Oh, you do speak French, don't you?
Oh, not fluently. I know a couple of words.
Oh, good. Well, let me know what you decide, dear boy. Bonjour.
What was that?
I said bonjour.
Oh, French. Well, the two words I happen to know are oui, oui. See you later. Marcel, huh? Cute name for a kid. See, no home, hungry, nobody to love him. Gee, I could be both a father and a mother to him. Then if he couldn't get along with his father, he could always come to the mother in me. It's a wonderful feeling at that, you know.
Oh, Mr. Sloan, you can get a polo pony for $3,000.
Poor little thing. I think I'll have him sleep in the same bed with me.
Sleep in the same bed with...
Probably hasn't had anything to eat for days.
Not even oats?
Oh, what he needs is hot soup and lollipops and a warm bunny suit to sleep in.
Bunny suit?
Miss Humphrey, will you do me a favor?
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sloan?
Will you pin those little three-cornered pants on them? Now, what else do I need? Oh, yes, I want to look at a crib.
Yes, sir, for a little boy.
What difference does it make? Do little girls sleep side saddle?
No, sir. Now, here's a very popular model. We call it our teepee cot beddy. Isn't it a tooty-wooty? Just the thing for itty-kitty-witty.
Uh-huh. How much is it?
Only $18.50.
Anything off for Cashy-Washy?
No chisley-wisley.
All right. I'll takey it. Let's see. What have I bought so far?
A crib, a velocipede, alphabet blocks, Indian suit, an electric train, and a Buck Rogers disintegrator gun.
Well, I guess that's enough for my kid.
Oh, you must be a proud father. You know, I have 8 children of my own.
Hey, you don't sound like it. As many as that? Well, Oh, by the way, if I don't like my kid, will you take back these toys?
If you don't like your child?
Yes. If I don't like them, I'll send them back.
You can do that?
Why, certainly.
Why don't somebody tell me these things?
Mister, will you kindly get back in line? But look, I'm expecting a baby today. I mean, an orphan. He's arriving on this boat.
These other folks are here for the same purpose. Just wait until I call the name of your kid and then yell.
Oh, okay. Gee, I'm excited.
Louis Carbone, Pierre Renoir, Cecile Degas, Marcel Bender. Nice going, brother. All right, take your orphan.
But which one is it? I mean, which is Marcel Bender?
I am Marcel Bender.
Oh, my little baby. I mean, oh, baby. Look, there must be some mistake. You can't be Marcel. I really expected a baby.
But I am Marcel.
My goodness, how long did that trip take?
There's something wrong. You do not feel well?
Oh, no, I feel fine, just fine.
But, monsieur, you are trembling.
Well, it's just that I had a different picture of how you would look. The construction, you know. I thought you'd be a little younger, you know?
But I am young. I am only 19.
No, but I expected a little itty-kitty-witty. You're a beautiful, gorgeous young girl. They can't do that to me. Or can they?
Hello?
Oh, nothing. What about me, Marcel? Do I look the way you expected me to look?
Oh, no, monsieur. I thought you would be an old man with a beard.
An old man with a beard. Fooled you that time, huh?
Yes, you have no beard at all. Glad you like me. I was so afraid you would be ashamed of me in this poor little dress I wear.
The dress?
Yes, it is all I have and very small for me. Look, see how tight it fits me.
Uh-huh.
And the dress is very short, too, because I've worn it many years. See, it is above my knees.
Uh-huh.
But you're only looking at my feet.
Don't rush me.
Oh, no, monsieur. But if I am to leave at your home, I cannot call you monsieur. What shall I call you?
Well, let's see. Would you mind holding my pulse for a minute?
Like these?
That's right. Now call me Daddy.
Daddy?
What about the pulse?
Oh, she jumps up and down very fast.
She does. Well, then call me Uncle Jim.
Uncle Jim.
The pulse?
Oh, she jumps very quick.
She does, eh? And you better call me Mr. Sloan, I think, huh?
Mr. Sloan?
Yes, until we get home. Then I'll take a vitamin pill and you can try Daddy again. Let's go.
I beg pardon, Mr. Sloan.
What is it, Charles?
I wanted on the telephone, Miss Clara Palmer.
Oh, Clara. Well. Hello? Oh, hello, Clara. Well, I've been busy the last 2 weeks. Tonight? Oh, I can't. Why, I'm taking Marcel to the matzo ball. You know, Herbert J. Matzo. What? I had a date to take you? Oh, I'm sorry, but I'll see you there anyway. Anyway, I want you to meet Marcel. Goodbye, Clara.
Oh, Uncle Jim, are you busy?
No. Come in, Marcel.
Oh, Uncle Jim, I'm so happy here. Your house is lovely, and the big rooms and the beautiful paintings on the walls.
Well, I'm glad you're happy. Marcel, you know I'm in the plumbing picture business, don't you?
Yes, Uncle Jim, you told me.
Well, I have a big surprise for you. I sat up all night, all last night, designing a new bathtub just for you.
For me?
It's going to be built in the shape of a kangaroo. And then when you take a bath, you sit in the pouch. Oh, it's a knockout.
Charming. Oh, Uncle Jim, you haven't said anything about my new dress.
Well.
Do you like it, or does it leave too much of me outside?
No. It's beautiful, Marcel.
Oh, how happy that makes me. I want so much to please you at the ball tonight. Oh, I bought some other things, too, Uncle Jean. The perfume I'm wearing, and these gloves, and a beautiful pair of garters. Would you like to see them?
Garters? No, Marcel. You mustn't bother.
Oh, but they are lovely. Please let me show you my garters.
No. You mustn't bother.
But there is no bother. They are in my room in a little package.
Oh. Then you certainly mustn't bother.
I found them in a little French lingerie shop, the Maison Claudette. And would you believe it, Madame Claudette is a fifth cousin by marriage of the nephew of the wife of my fourth cousin Anatole.
Well, one divorce in the family, you'll have to arrange that all over again. Come on, Marcel, we mustn't be late for the dance. Clara, this is my orphan, Marcel Bender. Marcel, this is Clara Palmer.
How do you do? Oh, I've been simply trying to meet you. How kind. Oh, you go on into the ballroom, Jim. I want to be alone with Marcel.
Are you unarmed?
You silly boy.
Well, I'll be back, Marcel.
Oh, my, Jim is so charming, isn't he? Such a gentleman. Yes, and he's been so good to me. He probably hasn't told you that this whole thing is a hideous mistake. I don't understand. Well, you know he wanted a little boy. You were quite a shock to him. Of course, he doesn't want to hurt you. Miss Palmer. Yes? Please, you have said enough. I understand now, and I will go away. Oh, are you going without saying goodbye to Jim? Yes, I will leave now.
Now, pull yourself together, Charles. I mean, what did she do? What did she say?
Well, she took her bag, sir, and said goodbye, sir. To be exact, sir, she said goodbye, Charles, sir.
Never mind, sir. I mean, never mind. This is terrible. I've got to find her.
I beg your pardon, sir, but are you in love with the young lady, sir?
In love?
Yes, sir.
Certainly not. I just happen to like orphans. Gee, I read Orphan Annie all the time. Anyway, I'm a lot older than Marcel.
Very good, sir.
It is not. I can't understand it, Charles. I simply can't understand why she left. Gee, maybe she didn't like me. Oh, that's impossible. Isn't it, Charles? Isn't it, Charles?
Good night, sir.
You coward.
And so the curtain falls on the first act of our show tonight, Parent by Proxy. Following our usual intermission, we'll continue with the adventures of socialite Jim, alias Jack Benny Sloan. But right now, here's our own man about the microphone, Bud Easton. Flip. And now the second act of Parent by Proxy, starring Jack Benny and Paulette Goddard, and adapted for us by Keith Fowler, Frank Galen, and Sam Perrin, from an original by Charles B. N., Collier Young, and John McClane.
I haven't got that many writers.
Now, it's the following evening, and Jim Sloan is returning from a fruitless all-day search for his ward, Marcel.
Oh, good evening, sir. Any news, sir?
No, Charles. I spent the entire day walking the streets of New York, didn't even get a glimpse of her. Just think of it, Charles. A beautiful little French girl of 19, all alone in this big city. Who will look after her? I mean, who will try to be her friend?
I beg pardon, sir, but are you kidding, sir?
Look, Charles, I've got to find her. Now, let's see. Where would I go if I were a gorgeous young French girl? Where wouldn't I go?
Well, sir, you might be in one of the better cafes, the Stock Club or El Morocco.
No, they're too expensive for a young French girl like me. No, they're not either. The man who takes me would naturally pay the check. I keep forgetting I'm beautiful.
Yes, sir, it's quite easy, sir.
Oh, I don't know, with a close shave and the right sweater? No, but this isn't getting us anywhere. Where would I go if I were a French refugee in the... Wait, the Maison Claudette. It's a lingerie shop. I got to get right over there.
Oh, sir, aren't you taking this game about being a girl too seriously?
The lingerie isn't for me. I'm going to try and find Marcel in it. I mean, well, you know what I mean, Charles. Pardon me. Are you Madame Claudette?
Yes, monsieur. Can I help you?
I hope so. You see, I'm interested in a girl. And I thought...
I understand, monsieur.
Do you think you can help me?
I will try, monsieur. Now, if the young lady prefers panties of black lace, these are lace.
Panties? Huh?
Monsieur does not like them?
Oh, yes, of course. It was just the shock of seeing them.
What did you expect to see in a lingerie shop? Bicycles?
No, you don't understand. I came in here for something else entirely.
Indeed, monsieur. Unfortunately, I happen to be a very busy woman. Perhaps my clerk will be able to help you. I'll send her right out.
But, Madame Claudette, all I... Say, these are kind of cute at that. Black lace. And so soft and fluffy. I wonder if... No, they probably only make them for women. Gee, black lace panties. I mean, Marcel.
Mrs. Sloan, how did you know I was here?
Never mind that. Imagine going away without leaving a note. That isn't nice, you know. Why, once when I suddenly went away, I left a note for the milkman, and I don't even like him.
Oh, please, Mr. Sloan. Miss Palmer has explained everything to me. I cannot leave at her home anymore.
Miss Palmer, eh? So that's it. Look, Marcel, I want you to come back. Please, won't you come back?
Well, all right.
Come on, dear. Oh, by the way, Marcel, before we leave, what's the biggest size in those black lace... Oh, never mind. Let's go. Hello, Charles. Look what I've got.
Why, you found her, sir. Welcome home, Miss Bender.
Thank you, Charles.
Oh, I beg pardon, sir, but the refugee committee is waiting to see you in the drawing room.
To see me? You wait right here, Marcel.
All right.
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you want to see me?
Yes, Mr. Sloan. We are from the Refugee Committee. It has come to our attention that you, a single man, have accepted as your ward a 19-year-old girl. We cannot permit it.
Now, wait a minute. I'm only one of thousands who offer a helping hand to refugees. Someone gets a freckle-faced boy, someone gets a pug-nosed kid, someone else gets a little girl in pigtails. Can I help it if I hit the jackpot?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sloan.
All right, give her to someone else. I only did what any generous man would have done. I pitied that poor homeless refugee. I felt sorry for her. I didn't feel that I...
I do not want you to pity me, Mr. Sloan.
Marcel, you shouldn't have listened. I didn't mean that...
I know what you meant. I want to go away again.
Look, was your mother frightened by a commutation ticket?
Miss Bender, we've arranged for you to be taken to another home, Mrs. Hortense Van Martin's.
Marcel, you don't want to stay with Mrs. Van Martin. She's an eccentric old... she's an old eccentric.
I will pack my things.
But Marcel... That's the thanks I get for being a nice guy. I wanted a boy in the first place. I'd have been better off that way.
We can still get you a boy.
Why these things happen to me, I don't know. All the trouble I went through with that girl.
We can still get you a boy.
Boy would have been much simpler, believe me.
We can still get you a boy.
Oh, stop mumbling. For heaven's sake. Hortense, Marcel will be here any minute. I came over to tell you I think the poor little thing will be better off in your care.
James, what do you mean, poor little thing?
Excuse me a moment. All right, boys, you can bring him in.
Where do you want the sandbox, Bud?
Anywhere will do. And put the kiddie car over there.
James, what is the meaning of this?
Marcel's toys. I thought you might as well have them.
Toys? I thought you was a grown girl.
Oh, she is, physically. I'll set up her choo-choo train before she gets here.
James, do you mean...
No. Don't forget, when she runs the trains, you stand right here and go beep, beep.
Beep, beep.
Yes, you see, you're supposed to be a station wagon at the railroad crossing. It's not hard. As a matter of fact, in that dress, you look a little like a station wagon.
James, I thought she was a perfectly normal girl.
Well, she's practically normal, Hortense. Look. This is her little Indian suit. You see, sometimes she thinks she's Pocahontas.
Oh.
And if you want to keep her quiet, just give her a telephone directory. She loves to call all the John Smiths in it, you know?
I don't feel well, James. I need rest and quiet.
Oh, and here's her little bow and arrow.
Bow and arrow?
Oh, she's quite harmless, but don't ever eat an apple in front of her.
I think I'd better lie down. I'm ill.
Mrs. Van Martin,
the young lady has arrived. Oh, ask her to come in. You just run along, Hortense. I'll take care of everything.
Thank you, James. You're a very sympathetic boy, even if you are a plumber.
Oh, think nothing of it. All right, Hawkins.
Yes, sir. Right this way, miss.
Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, just making sure you'd be comfortable, Marcel. Mrs. Van Martin's upstairs whipping the maid. She'll be right down.
She's whipping the maid?
Oh, it won't take a minute. Only 30 lashes.
What did the maid do?
She put noodles in the chicken soup.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
I know, but don't ever say that in front of Mrs. Van Martin. Why, she'd probably jump right off the shelf, you know?
What shelf?
The shelf she sits on when she thinks she's a teapot. You know?
She sounds crazy.
Oh, she's not so bad now, Marcel. Why, when she cooks a roast beef, she doesn't even crawl into the oven to watch it anymore. You know?
I don't want to stay here. I wish I'd never come here, and I wish I'd never seen you.
But, Marcel...
Go away. You never wanted me, and now I am trying to forget your face.
You can't, Marcel. It's on half the bathtubs in this country.
Please go away. You only took me in out of pity.
No, I didn't.
I heard you say it yourself.
I only said that so these men wouldn't take you away. I didn't want you to go.
But I do not understand. What are you trying to tell me?
Look, Marcel, it's as simple as ABC on these blocks. I'll show you. We'll start with the letter I. Here's an I. No, it's a J. Well, here's an I. No, that's an L. Well, this must be an I. A K. Must be an easier way to do this.
Here's an I.
Oh, yes, thanks. I stands for I.
Yes.
Now, where's that L we just had? Oh, here. Do you know what the L stands for?
No.
Look, I'm trying to be cute about this thing. Would you be so direct? Well, shall I go on?
No, you don't have to.
Good.
Jim, what are you doing?
Throwing away these blocks. From now on, we're going to play house.
Thanks to Jack Benny and Paulette Goddard for a swell show and a grand cause. And thanks to Oscar Bradley for his excellent score. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Star's own theater. And the money they would ordinarily receive, Gulf gives instead to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. So, Jack, thanks again to both you and Paulette Goddard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to tell you about next week's show. Next week, your Gulf Screen Guild Theater presents 4 great stars: Greer Garson, Henry Fonda, Fred McMurray, and Virginia Weidler in the first radio presentation of one of the year's greatest box office smashes, The Philadelphia Story. Here's a show I know you won't want to miss, so note it on your calendar. Until next Sunday, then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Americans, do you know how to spell freedom? Well, the quickest way is BONDS, United States Savings Bond. And the quickest way to preserve.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players have a surprise for you tonight. It's my pleasure to introduce the president of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, Mr. Gene Herschel.
Thank you and good evening. For our guests on tonight's program, we have Barbara Stanwyck, Basil Rathbone, and your actor Michael Curtiz, 3 of filmdom's outstanding personalities who will offer...
Just a minute, Gene. I thought Jack Benny was supposed to be one of the guests here tonight.
Jack Benny?
Yes.
Well, he was, but he got a little temperamental, so so he's just not here tonight.
But, Gene, Jack told me...
Look, Truman, let me explain the whole thing. When Jack found out that Michael Curtiz was going to direct Barbara Stanwyck and Basil Rathbone in a dramatic sketch, right away he wanted to muzzle in on it.
Oh.
So he called me up and tried to sell himself. I had a terrible time getting rid of him, and this is exactly what happened. Hello?
Hello, this is Jack Benny speaking. I'd like to talk to Mr. Holt.
Who?
Mr. Holt. Mr. Hirsch Holt. Is he in?
Oh, you must mean Gene Herschel. This is he speaking.
Oh, Gene Herschel. Yes. Well, Mr. Herschel, I called up the Screen Guild players about being on the Lady Esther program next Monday with Barbara Stanwyck.
Yes, I heard about that, but didn't they explain to you that the play is all set and the cast is complete?
Well, yes.
I'll tell you what. Let's make it some other night.
Well, now, look, don't give me that some other time stuff, and you don't have to beat around the bush either. Look, Mr. Herschel, if you don't want me to be on this show, just say so. And all I want is a simple answer. Yes or no?
No.
Now, wait a minute. Look, I can tell from your attitude, Mr. Herschel, that this is a personal matter. I mean, what have you got against me?
I haven't got anything against you, Jack, but you're a comedian. And frankly, I don't think you have enough dramatic ability to play the lead opposite Miss Stanwyck.
What do you mean I can't be dramatic? Did you ever see me when I was worried? Why, I'm only 32 and I've got gray hair.
You're only what?
I've got gray hair, can't you hear? Now, look, who can I speak to besides you about this?
Well, Jack, there's only one suggestion I can make. Get in touch with Mr. Michael Curtiz. He is going to direct the play we're doing on this program.
Michael Curtiz, the director who won the Academy Award? Oh, boy.
And if it's all right with Curtiz, it's all right with me.
Well, thanks. I'll call him right away. By the way, what's Mr. Curtiz's telephone number?
Ulrich 8900.
Wait till I write that down. Ulrich 8... Hey, wait a minute. That's the number you call to get the right time. Now, look, Mr. Herschel. Hello? Operator, I was cut off.
You weren't cut off, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fine president for the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Got a good mind to run against him. Now, let's see. Where can I get Curtiz's number? Oh, here's the telephone book right here. Let's see. There's C, Curry. I hate curry. Why do they have to take chicken and spoil it with that stuff? Curtsy, Cortez. Oh, there it is. No, miss. I want to talk to Mr. Cortez personally.
Who's calling, please?
Benny, Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Is it about insurance or something?
No, it's about acting.
Oh.
Please get Mr. Cortez on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Insurance yet. Haven't sold a policy since Warner Brothers picked up my option. In the first place...
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Cortez. This is Jack. I'm calling you about that Lady Esther show you're directing next week, and I was wondering if there was a part in it for me.
Jack who?
Pardon me, Benny. Jack Benny. Remember, we met once at a party at Marlene Dietrich's house.
Marlene Dietrich?
You know, the girl with the legs.
All girls I know have legs.
That's right, they do. Now, look, Mr. Cortez.
Oh, Jack Benny. Oh. Are you the radio comedian?
And violinist. Now, here's the situation, Mr. Cortez. I just spoke to Gene Herschel, president of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, whom, incidentally, I'm running against next year. Mr. Herschel said if it was okay with you, I could be on the program.
But I'm not directing a comedy, Mr. Benny. It's going to be a very serious, dramatic play.
Well, gee, I can do drama. I made a picture once called The Meanest Man in the World. I didn't get one laugh in it. Now what do you say?
I'm glad I missed it.
Look, I don't mean that. I'm talking about acting with Barbara Stanwyck with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players.
Now, Mr. Benny, I'm trying to explain it to best of my ability. You are a comedian, and it's impossible to convince anyone that you are a lover.
Well, I'm too much of a gentleman to mention names, but, But there are a couple of girls at the Florentine Gardens that'll give you an argument about that, brother.
Now, just wait a moment, Jack. Basil Rathbone is all set to play opposite Barbara Stanwyck, and there is nothing I can do about it.
Basil Rathbone? Well, why can't we make it a triangle? Why can't he be her husband and I her lover?
Because I am a director and not a miracle man.
Well, I'll take care of the miracles. It can be worked out, don't worry.
Oh, all right. I tell you what, Jack, I'm very busy now. I suggest you call Miss Stanwyck. And if it's all right with her, it's okay with me.
Thank you, I'll do that. Oh, what's Miss Stanwyck's telephone number?
Oh, I think it's Crestview 67071.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello? Joe's Fish Market.
What?
Come on, buddy. I haven't got all day.
Is Barbara there?
Barracuda, 42 cents a pound.
Barracuda? Who is this anyway?
This is Joe's Fish Market.
Oh, I don't want any fish. I've got
What's wrong with fish?
Nothing.
Boats going out every day, taking a chance with submarines, and you don't like the fish they bring back.
Look, it isn't that. I just happen to call...
It's guys like you that are eating up all the cows in this country.
I never ate a cow in my life. I got the wrong number. Goodbye. Cortez gave me the wrong number purposely. Oh, well, I'll get Barbara in the phone book, and I won't take any chances this time. I'll trap her into letting me play the part. Now, let's see. I'll disguise my voice. Let's see. Stanwyck. S-S-T, Standish, Stank. I used to go with a girl named Stank. Olga Stank.
Stanley, Stanton. There it is, Stanwyck. Hello? I'd like to speak to Miss Stanwyck, please.
This is Miss Stanwyck speaking.
Oh, my name is Fizzbucket. Roscoe J. Fizzbucket. I'm with the Radio Gallipo. Tell me, Miss Stanwyck, who do you listen to on Sundays?
Amy McPherson.
I see. Well, Miss Stanwyck, do you ever listen to Jack Benny?
Oh, yes, I never miss him. He's wonderful.
Well, that's nice to know. Tell me, Miss Stanwyck, would you be interested in doing a play that is a love scene with Mr. Benny on the radio?
On the radio, back porch, or Davenport? No.
But you just said he was wonderful.
I don't mind listening to him, but I won't have him pawing me.
Who said I was going to paw you?
Just a minute. Who is this, anyway?
It ain't Joe's Fish Market. Now, look, Barbara.
Why, Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, I was only kidding. Now, Barbara, Mr. Cortez suggested that I call you about the Lady Esther show next Monday.
Yes?
Have you any objection to my playing the part of your husband in the sketch?
But I understood Basil Rathbone was playing the part.
Well, he's scheduled to, tentatively. But if you want me, all you've got to do is speak up. I said all you've got to do is speak up. Barbara, are you there?
Yes?
Oh. Well, I wish you'd think this over, Barbara.
But, Jack, this part doesn't fit you. It has to be someone with a lot of sex appeal.
Well, I have sex appeal. Gee, I was thrown out of the Palladium 3 times for dancing too close.
Dancing too close? You were just tired and hanging on.
Well, no wonder the way I jitterbugged. Come on, what do you say, Barbara? How about me doing the play with you instead of Rathbone?
Well, I really have nothing to do with it, Jack. Why don't you call up Gene Hersholt?
I did call him, and it's up to you. Now, look, Barbara, I've got another idea. Why can't
Will you please deposit 5 cents for an additional 3 minutes?
Whoops. 3 minutes already? Just a second. Would you mind dropping a nickel in, Barbara?
I'm sorry, but I don't have a payphone in my house.
Oh, well, that's right. What's the matter with me?
Do I get that nickel or do I have to cut you off?
Now, don't get excited. Here, I found one. There. No more 3 minutes than the man on the moon. It doesn't seem like we've been talking for 3 minutes, does it, Barbara?
You ought to be on this end.
Oh, yes. Well, come to the point, Barbara. Look, here's what I was going to ask you. When do you start rehearsing the play?
Tomorrow night at my house, but I don't think you ought
At your house, eh? What time?
8 o'clock, but really, Jack, I don't think
8 o'clock. Well, thanks, Barbara. See you tomorrow night. I'll read the part, and Basil Rathbone will read the part, and may the best man win. That's fair enough, isn't it?
I'll say it is.
Swell. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, Barbara, shall I come for dinner? Oh, well, some other time.
Well, Mr. Hersholt, what happened after that phone call? Did Jack Benny show up at Barbara Stanwyck's house?
Yes, Truman. The next night about 7:30. I wasn't there, of course, but the way I understand it, when Jack arrived, Miss Stanwyck was still having dinner. So the butler opened the door and he,
Right this way, Mr. Benny. I'll show you into the drawing room.
Thank you, thanks.
Mr. Rathbone is here already.
Oh, he is. One of those anxious guys, eh? Say, this is a lovely home.
May I take your umbrella, Mr. Benny?
Oh, yes. I should have left it out in the hall. You know, it looked like rain when I started out. I was machine, dum-da-da-dum, bum-bum-bum. Well, Mr. Rathbone, I'm Jack Benny, the movie star.
How do you do?
How do you do? So the two rivals meet, eh?
Rivals?
Yes. Well, perhaps I should let Barbara tell you, but it looks like, I'm taking your place on the Lady Esther Screen Guild show next Monday.
You're taking my place?
Well, it's this way. At rehearsal tonight, you and I are both going to read the part, and, of course, the best man will win.
The best man?
Yes.
Mr. Benny, when only two people are involved in a statement, the comparative is used. You don't say the best man will win, you say the better man will win.
Oh.
Now, if three or more people are involved, then the word best is the correct adjective.
I see.
And so before we compete for the part in this play, Mr. Benny, perhaps it would be as well if you first learned how to speak English.
Well, for your information, Mr. Rathbone, I went to Waukegan High School 4 years, and I excelled in English. In fact, I got 99 every single term.
Now, ain't that interesting?
Now, cut that out! And getting back to the Screen Guild show, the way the script is written now, you play the part of Miss Stanwyck's husband. Is that correct?
That is correct and final.
Well, that remains to be seen. I've heard of sore losers in my life, but this guy takes the cake, you know.
Step right in here, Mr. Cortez. Miss Stanwyck will be with you shortly.
Thank you. Oh, hello, Basil. Hello.
Mike, old boy, how are you?
Fine.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cortez.
What are you doing here?
Well, I just thought I'd drop around to see if I could...
Now, listen, Mike. I don't know what this is all about, but I demand an explanation.
Look, Mr. Rathbone...
Explanation? That's what I want.
Look, Mr. Cortez...
I was under the impression that I was to appear opposite Miss Stanwyck.
Look, Mr. Rathbone...
Of course you were.
Look, Mr. Cortez...
Then what is this all about?
Look, Mr... Now, look!
Mr. Benny, when I spoke to you on the telephone, I thought I made perfectly clear
Good evening, everybody.
Well, here's Barbara. Hello, Barbara.
How are you?
Well, here we are.
Just set the coffee down here, Richard.
Yes, madame.
Demi-tasse, Mr. Cortez.
No, thank you.
Coffee, Basil?
Yes, please.
I'll have some, too.
Here you are, Jack.
Thanks. Oh, Barbara, this is the better coffee I ever tasted.
Mr. Benny, the word is best.
There are only two of us drinking it. Now make up your mind. Well, we're all here, so let's get started with the rehearsal.
Just one moment. Oh, Mike, let's get this settled for Mr. Benny's benefit, shall we? Is he or is he not replacing me in the play?
Certainly not. That's ridiculous.
Of course it's ridiculous.
Why, it's absurd.
You stay out of this.
Please stop. Stop all this bickering. Now, Jack, if you would like to watch the rehearsal, just take a chair over there and be quiet.
Yes, sir. Oh, Barbara, is it all right if I have some of these walnuts here?
Go right ahead. Help yourself, Jack.
Thanks. Big ones. Jumbos.
Now, Barbara, you too, Basil. If you both turn to the page 12 on the script, we'll proceed.
Boy, these nuts are good. Sure are good.
Now, Barbara, you are a wealthy society girl who is married to a New York stockbroker. That's you are, Basil. But he's not in love with you, Barbara. As the French say, it's a marriage of convenience.
That was a tough one.
Mr. Benny! Will you stop eating those nuts?
Barbara said I could. Anyway, Mr. Cortez, I don't want to sit around here like a bump on a log. If I can't have the lead in the play, isn't there something I can do?
All right. If it makes you happy, you can play the part of a butler.
A butler? Okay.
All right, here's your script.
Thanks.
Now remember, Barbara, you are the wife. Basil, you are the husband who doesn't understand her. And Jack?
I'm the butler whom Barbara really loves.
You are the butler, that's all.
Okay. Heavens to Betsy.
All right, Barbara. Now you start the scene. Remember, your husband is 2 hours late for dinner and you are a nervous wreck.
I understand.
Go ahead. Call for your butler.
Yes. Oh, Smedley.
Yes, madame. Smedley yet. What is it, madame?
Are you sure my husband hasn't phoned?
No, madame.
That's strange. He said he'd be back at... What time is it, Smedley?
It's 8:30. Shall I serve dinner, madame?
Oh, no, Smedley. I'm much too upset to eat. I think I'll go to a movie. What's playing in the village?
George Washington Slept Here, starring Jack Benny.
That is not in the script. Read the line that are written, please.
Well, it doesn't hurt to give my picture a plug. It doesn't change the plot any, does it? for heaven's sake.
Read it on the way it's written.
All right, all right. Between Hirschhold and you, I don't understand anything. All right, now give me that again, will you, Barbara?
Okay. No, Smedley, I'm much too upset to eat. I think I'll go to a movie. What's playing in the village?
Casablanca. How's that?
What's better?
And George Washington Slept Here. It's a double feature. Yeah.
Jack, please.
All right, I'll start over again. Shall I serve dinner, madame?
No, Smedley, I'm much too upset to eat. I think I'll go to a movie. Is one of my pictures playing in the village?
There can't be 3 features on one bill.
Shut up!
All right, all right.
Now, Barbara, at this point, the husband entered the room.
I'm ready, Mike. Oh, Mr. Cortez, let me ask you something. When Basil comes in, or Basil, by the way, how do you pronounce that? Basil or Basil?
Mr. Rathbone.
Oh, well, when Mr. Rathbone comes in...
Just read the line, Jack. I handle the rest.
All right, all right.
Ready?
Director.
Ready, Basil? Make your entrance, please.
Right. Oh, good evening, darling. So sorry I'm late.
Oh, Ronald, you're always late and you're always sorry. It's been like this for months. What has come between us? If I only knew, maybe we could work things out.
No, it's nothing, my dear. It's just that I've been so busy lately at the office. Let's forget it.
Dinner is served. Oh, pardon me. I came in too soon.
Understand it, Ronald. We must come to some understanding. This can't go on forever.
Gwen, let's be adult about the whole thing, shall we? Every night it's the same argument, this constant nagging. I tell you, I've been working at the office.
But I phoned your office, and they said you left at 2 this afternoon.
Well, I had business at the bank. Besides, I forgot where I parked my car.
Fine Sherlock Holmes can't even find his car.
Jack, stop interrupting. Continue, Barbara.
Oh, it's no use, Ronald. I know you're lying. Look at you. Everything you say, everything you do gives you away.
Now, Gwen, please.
What's that on your collar? Is it lipstick?
It ain't ketchup.
Jack, please!
Well, I don't want to stand around here like a dope.
You've got the right line now. Say it.
Oh, yes. Beg pardon, madame. Dinner is served.
Jack, don't use such a thick accent.
Well, now I've heard everything. Talk yet. Dinner is served.
Ah, dinner. Come on, Gwen.
We're not having dinner, Ronald. Not until we reach a definite understanding.
But I'm hungry.
Oh, Ronald, I can't go through another day of this uncertainty. I must know. Do you love me or not?
Of course I love you.
You're lying, Ronald. Lying.
Very well, then I'm lying.
Gee.
You might as well know the truth, Gwen. I've never loved you. Never.
Guy must be nuts or something.
And if you weren't so stupid, you'd have known it a long time ago.
Ronald, what are you saying?
Gee whiz.
I married you for your money, that's all. Everybody else knows it. And if you weren't such a silly, blind little fool, you'd have realized it yourself.
Oh, stop, Ronald,
well,
stop.
Well, now that you know how things stand between us, the sooner you divorce me, the happier I'll be.
No, I'll never divorce you, Ronald. I couldn't live without you. I couldn't.
Tears, woman's tears. Oh, stop the dramatic.
Ronald!
I'm moving to my club. Smedley, pack my clothes.
I wouldn't touch your dirty... You rat!
Jack, stick to your lines. You are the butler.
I don't care.
Continue, Basil.
Well, goodbye, Gwen. I'm going to my club. Our attorneys can get together tomorrow.
Don't go, Ronald. Please don't go.
Oh, stop hanging on to me.
But I won't give you up. I won't.
Stop it, I say. Stop it. Let go.
No.
Then take that.
Oh!
That's the last straw. Tear off your coat, Rathbone.
But, Jack, this is only a play.
Play nothing. Put up those dukes, Basil.
Jack, if you don't behave yourself, you can't be in the play.
The heck with the play. If you think I'm going to stand by and see this cad strike the woman I love.
The woman you love?
Yes, Barbara. You might as well know it now. I've been crazy about you for years.
Jack, please.
I don't care who knows it. I don't care if the whole world knows it. I love you, Barbara, as I've never loved before. I know you'll never feel the same way about me, so I'll walk out of your life forever. But before I go, kiss me. Goodbye, my love.
Wow. Now I know why they call him the Waukegan Wolf.
But anyway, Truman, that's why Jack Benny couldn't be here with us on our program tonight.
Oh, well, Gene. Maybe it's just as well. Thank you, Barbara Stanwyck, Gene Hirschholt, Basil Rathbone, Michael Cortez, and last but certainly not least, you, Jack, for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players tonight and giving us such a delightful half hour of laughter. We enjoyed every minute of it. Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present Hello, Frisco, Hello. It will star Jack Oakey, Ginny Sims, and Dick Powell. Be sure to listen. Jack Benny's next release will be The Horn Blows at Midnight. Barbara Stanwyck has just completed the picture, My Reputation. Michael Cortez, director of the Academy Award winner Casablanca, has recently completed Passage to Marseille. All Warner Brothers productions. Basil Rathbone will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, Bathing Beauty. Gene Hirschholt can be heard every Wednesday night on his own radio show, Dr. Christian. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you. And good night, everyone.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Dennis to sing McNamara's Band.
Oh, me name is McNamara, I'm the leader of the band. Although we're few in numbers, we're the finest in the land. We play at wakes and weddings and at every fancy ball. And when we play at funerals, we play the march from Saul. Oh, the drums go bang and the cymbals clang and the horns they blaze away. McCarthy pumps the old bassoon while I the pipes do play. And Hennessy toodles the flute and the music something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's Band. Oh, what a are rehearsing for a very swell affair. The annual celebration, all the gentry will be there. When Eisenhower to Ireland came, he took me by the hand. Says he, I never saw the likes of McNamara's band. Oh, what a band you have there. The best thing I've ever seen in all my life. Oh, my name is Uncle Julius, and from Sweden I have come to play with McNamara's band and big debate by drum. And when I march along the streets, the ladies think I'm grand. They shout, there's Uncle Julius playing with an Irish band. The drums go bang and the cymbals hang and the horns they blaze away. McCarthy pumps the old bassoon while I the pipe do play. And Hennessy, Tennessee tootles the flute and the music's something grand. A credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band. It's the grandest and the finest and the most wonderful band that I've ever seen. If you don't agree, just to be sociable, I'll fight the best man in the house. And I'm not long for this world. Credit to old Ireland is McNamara's band.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, it's late afternoon as we look in at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, where our young hero, Dennis Day, rooms. An afternoon you might think like any other. But if you did, you'd be wrong. For as far as our hero is concerned, it's just about the greatest afternoon of his life. He's just burst open the front door of the Anderson house in a state of wild excitement to come face to face with his astonished girlfriend, Mildred Anderson.
Mildred, the evening paper. Is it here? My picture's in it, Mildred. My picture.
Your picture?
Yeah, for the Weaverville safety campaign to cut down street accidents. You see, some people cross the streets outside of the safety zone. Some cross against the lights. Some cross diagonally from corner to corner.
But why did they take your picture?
I was the first person to do everything wrong at the same time.
Oh, so that's it.
Sure, I'm famous. I've been chosen the pedestrian most likely to decease. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, yes, I guess so. How long has this safety campaign been going on?
Oh, it started this morning. The mayor began it himself with speeches at the corner of 3rd and Elm and from the hospital.
Gee, 2 speeches in one morning?
Well, it was really one speech continued. While he was speaking at the corner of 3rd and Elm, a car hit him.
Well, the paper's right here. Let's see now.
Look, right there, on page 1. Read that caption.
Do you wish to visit a cemetery permanently? All you have to do is walk across the street in the criminally careless manner of Dennis Day, 22, whose photo appears above.
That's me.
At first, Mr. Day was believed drunk or crazy, but it was later learned he walks this way all the time.
I'm going to send clippings to all my friends.
Well, they've certainly given you quite a... Why, Dennis.
Huh?
The picture. It isn't your picture at all.
Oh, Mildred, you must be mistaken.
I'm not. Look. Your hair's black. This man's a blonde. You're clean-shaven. He has a mustache. You have a small nose, and he has a great big one. And you're wearing a blue suit. He has on a gray one with a Dewey button in the lapel. Don't you see?
Gee, you're right. It can't be me. I'm a Democrat.
course it isn't you. They ran a picture of another man over your story.
Oh, that's a fine thing. I nearly get myself killed and they give someone else credit for it.
Yes, I know how you feel.
Gee whiz.
Well, I'm going over to Aunt Marjorie's house for dinner. I guess I won't see you till tomorrow.
Well, okay, Mildred. Darn it anyway. And I was going to use that picture to start a couple of scrapbooks for our children.
Oh, gee. Do you really think we'll have some someday, Dennis?
Why not? I saw some swell ones for sale at Woolworth's the other day. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mildred.
Dinner will be ready as soon as Dennis comes down, Herbert.
Very well, Poopsie.
By the way, isn't it about time you had a little talk with your daughter about that young man?
No, I doubt if it'll do much good. I probably won't get any further with her than I do with you, dream thing.
Well, see that you try. Hand me that evening paper over there on the table, Herbert.
Yes, lover girl. May I look at my part of it?
Here.
Thank you. My, the classified ad section is bigger than usual tonight. Great Scott.
What's the matter?
Why, right here on page 18, among the ads, there's a picture of Dennis Day.
Dennis Day? What's his picture doing in the paper?
Well, listen to what it says under it. Still missing after 4 years' search, Schuyler Van Rensselaer, heir to the great Van Rensselaer sardine fortune, pictured above, is believed amnesia victim.
You mean... Oh, Herbert, it can't be Dennis Day.
It must be. It's his picture.
Amnesia. So that's it. I knew no one could act like Dennis does and be normal. Oh, that poor, unfortunate, dear, sweet, rich boy.
Gosh, Dennis Day isn't Dennis Day, the soda jerk, at all. He's Schuyler Van Rensselaer, who was in the fish business.
I knew there was something about that boy.
Really? Well, I've stood very close to him, and I never noticed it.
Read the rest of it, Herbert.
Well, it just says, young Van Rensselaer was born November 17th, 1926. His brother and sister are offering $10,000 reward to anyone successfully aiding him in the recovery of his memory.
10,000? Herbert, we've got to bring back that boy's memory. My maternal instincts have been aroused.
Yes, I know how you feel. Well, say I hear him coming downstairs now.
Now, I'll handle this, Herbert. You aren't to say one word until I tell you. Do you understand?
Very well.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, dinner ready yet?
Dennis, I want to talk to you.
To me, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes. Do you know who you are, my boy?
Why, yes, ma'am, I think so.
Who?
Well, offhand, I'd say I was me.
No.
I'm not?
Definitely not. We have proof.
Gee, I was so certain, too.
Now, Dennis, try to think. Do you remember your father?
Oh, sure. He was a relative of mine.
Did he ever discuss with you what you'd be doing in your later life?
Well, let's see. I do remember my father saying he hoped I'd grow up.
Yes?
That's all.
We'll try a new tack. What do you know about your birth?
Well, I'm pretty sure it happened.
I don't mean that. Do you remember where you were born?
Well, Mother told me it was in a small town out west.
Wrong. You were born in a big eastern city.
Oh. Well, anyway, it was in 1925.
Wrong again. It was 1926.
In June?
November.
Gee, Mother didn't know much about me, did she?
Herbert, you may take over.
Yes, Poopsie. Now, Dennis, I want you to concentrate.
Yes, sir. On what?
Sardines.
Yes, sir.
Are you concentrating on sardines?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now tell me, who is your father?
A sardine?
Poopsie, you may have it back again.
I give up. No. Wait a minute. Of course. You know how loss of memory is always cured in the movies. A sudden blow on the head.
Yeah.
Hand me the fire tongs, Herbert.
Poopsie, no, you can't. We're not sure he is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
So if he's Dennis Day, have I lost anything?
No, Poopsie, but there must be another way. If the boy has two selves, we'll bring the other one out. And meanwhile, let's go into dinner, huh?
Yeah, that's a good idea, Mrs. Anderson. Both of me is very hungry.
before we continue a day in the life of Schuyler Van Rensselaer, here's our young hero, Dennis Day, to sing I'll Never Love Again.
I'll never love again. If you forget me, my heart won't let me love someone new. I'll never dream again. How could I go on dreaming if each dream that we made would have suddenly fade in the glow? I'll never thrill again to someone's kiss. For what good would it do if you I'll miss? My heart is yours alone. So be careful, don't break it. For if you ever should, darling, I never could love again.
Well, because of a transposed newspaper photograph, the Andersons are convinced that Dennis Day is really Schuyler Van Rensselaer, suffering from amnesia. It's the following morning now, and Dennis has left for his job at Willoughby's drugstore. Meanwhile, Mrs. Anderson is enlisting Mr. Willoughby's aid over the phone in restoring Dennis's memory.
But, Mrs. Anderson, it's incredible. You're positive it was his picture? Yeah. Well, we've got to restore that poor boy's memory. Not only for the $10,000 reward, but for other reasons, which don't interest me. Huh? Well, shock sometimes snaps them out of it. I may try that. Yes, you see, shock. Oh, I had to hang up, Mrs. Anderson. Here we go.
Good morning, Mr. Willoughby. I beg your pardon, sir?
Quick, what's your name?
Mr. Willoughby, do you feel all right?
Of course I do. What's your name?
Gee, if you can't remember it, don't go near Mrs. Anderson. She'll let you have it with a fire tongue.
Dennis, you need help. You've got to recover your true identity of Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
Yeah, that's what Mrs. Anderson says, too.
Well, there's only one way to get that help, my boy. Go to a psychiatrist.
You think a foot doctor can help me?
A psychiatrist is a doctor of the mind, Dennis. And there's a very good one right here in Weaverville.
But, Mr. Willoughby,
Dr. Waldsberg has handled cases much more abnormal than your son. One patient of his bit his nails. Dr. Waldsberg cured him within 2 weeks.
Well, a person can bite his nails and still be normal, can he?
Not when he does it right through his shoes. I know Dr. Waldsberg can straighten you out, my boy. Will you go to see him?
But, Mr. Willoughby, I'm perfectly normal. Honest, I am.
Dennis, you want to be heir to a fortune, don't you?
Gee, you mean a psychiatrist can do that for me?
He certainly can.
Boy, that's different. I should have gone to one of those fellows before I ever started working.
Splendid. I'll phone him that you're on the way.
Come in, my boy. Come right in.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now then, you're the young man who thinks he's Dennis Day. That's your trouble, is it?
Yes, sir, and I've got it bad.
Well, we'll soon have you all straightened out. Suppose we get a little of your background, what you remember of it.
Yes, sir.
Let's go right back to your babyhood. What kind of a baby were you?
A boy.
Yes, I know. But was there anything unusual or odd about your babyhood?
Well, half the time I couldn't see.
Ah, couldn't see?
That's right. It was on account of my mother being so nearsighted.
Oh, heredity, eh?
Oh, no, sir. It was just that half the time she put the rubber pants on the wrong end of me.
I see. Perhaps we should take a somewhat later age. Say about the time you first became aware of girls.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you realize there is an age at which young men become acutely aware of girls, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir, and I can hardly wait.
obviously schizophrenic.
Again, how I'd like to beg it?
Schizophrenic, split personality.
Oh.
You have submerged your true character, hard-drinking, woman-chasing Van Rensselaer, beneath the assumed character of Dennis Day, who is just the opposite. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, sir. It's just that I don't know what you're talking about.
In other words, your amnesia is caused by an inner revulsion to your true self. I can confirm my findings with a very simple test. Have you ever heard of word association?
No, sir. I don't join many clubs.
I'm referring to a psychopathological test. Or to try and put it more understandably, neurasthenic.
You missed.
In any event, I will give you a word. You are to tell me the word you associate with it. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Black.
Black.
Black? I thought you'd say white.
We just met, Doctor. I don't want to start an argument with you.
It isn't an argument, it's a test. If I said boy, you'd say girl. Now do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Chair.
Thanks, but I've already got one.
Chair is the word. You're supposed to say table. What's the matter with you?
I'm sorry, sir.
I'll try it again. Son.
Okay, try it again.
I am trying it again. Please listen. Son.
I'm listening, Pop.
Son is the word I gave you. You're supposed to tell me the word it makes you think of.
Oh, moon.
At last. You finally understand what I mean. Are you ready now?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Bad.
That isn't the word!
I'm sorry.
I'll give you the word now. Table.
Martin O'Malley.
What has Martin O'Malley got to do with table?
Well, he's a friend of mine from Hooperstown where I used to live. He was always under it.
Well, so much for word association.
Yes, sir.
In fact, for tests of all kinds. Young man, there is only one practical treatment for your condition. Hypnosis.
Hypnosis?
Yes. You will permit me to put you into an induced hypnotic trance, as distinguished from the one you're in now. I believe I can reactivate your subconscious and restore your identity.
You mean you're going to hypnotize me?
Exactly, if you will permit it.
Well, there is a fortune waiting for me, I hear. Go ahead.
Very well. Now look deep into my eyes. That's it. You're getting drowsy. Your senses are becoming numb. You're falling asleep. Asleep. Sleep. Sleep.
Hey, Doc, wake up.
Pardon me. Sometimes it goes into reverse. Look into my eyes again. Deep into my eyes. You're getting drowsy. Languorous. That's it. You're falling asleep. Sleep. Sleep. You're now in a hypnotic state. Listen to me. You are not Dennis Day.
I am not Dennis Day.
Your name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
My name is Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
You are very rich.
I'm loaded.
You're a playboy, mad about women.
I'm a playboy, mad about women.
You'd like to take a drink now and then. When you awaken, you will go home, but remember nothing of Dennis Day. You will be Schuyler Van Rensselaer, the playboy. And now, awaken.
Still no sign of him, Flipsy. Are you sure the boy's all right?
Of course he's all right, Herbert. Mr. Willoughby told me on the phone he'd sent him to Dr. Alsberg, the psychiatrist.
And you really think that he'll come back here thinking he's Schuyler Van Rensselaer?
I do.
If I know Dennis, there's a much better chance that Dr. Alsberg will go back to Vienna thinking he's Sigmund Freud.
You're always...
Oh, that may be he. I'll go. Dennis!
The name is Schuyler, Shorty. Who are you?
Why, don't you know me? I'm Herbert Anderson.
Glad to meet you, Herbie. Is that all there is of you, or are you standing in a manhole?
My goodness gracious.
Oh, there you are, Dennis. You're back.
Who's this character, Shorty? Your mother?
Why, how dare you?
Skip it, babe.
Babe! Why, you never called me anything but Mrs. Anderson in your life.
Well, don't crowd your luck. Well, how about a little snort, huh? Just a single scotch with a gin chaser for me. I'm on the wagon.
Mr. Van Rensselaer.
Mother, have you heard of it? Oh, there you are.
Hiya, baby. What's next?
Dennis.
My name isn't Dennis, Toots. Just call me Castor Oil.
Castor oil? Why?
Because I'm bad medicine, Toots. Get your coat on, kid. We'll go for a drive in the park.
But I don't want to drive in the park.
You not only get a drive in the park with me, babe, you get a park in the drive.
Mother, what's come over Dennis? Why, he's become a terrible ladies' man.
Yes, sir. All I need now is a terrible lady. Oh, you Frizzletop. You busy?
Frizzletop? Why, you've got...
I've got $10 million.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
Oh, forget it. This is the babe I'm interested in. What do you say, dollface?
Oh, how could you be so awful? You ought to be ashamed.
Now, don't race your motor, Toots. I'm feeling give-inny if you're feeling give-outy.
Oh, you beast. Take this.
Why, Mildred. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. What? Where am I?
Uh-oh. I think the enchanted hour is over.
Why, you're home, Dennis. What on earth happened to you?
Gosh, I don't know. The last I remember, I was in Dr. Alsberg's office. He hypnotized me.
Hypnotized you? Then you're not Schuyler Van Rensselaer.
Oh, please, don't start that again. I'm Dennis Day. Honest, I am. Mildred, did I act funny?
I should say you did. And the things you had nerve enough to say to my mother.
Oh, golly. I'm going down to the doctor's office right now and tell him off plenty.
And I'm going with you, Dennis.
Are you going to tell him off too, Mr. Anderson?
No, sir. I'm going down for a treatment.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And just how important that is, our Colgate players are here to demonstrate for you. As our curtain goes up, we find a policeman looking over a young boy who is sitting on a porch.
Did you see that, Officer Cassidy? Did you see Mary slam that door? Jeepers, a fine thing when my girl puts out both the cat and me.
Danny, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be believing this. Might I be inquiring what's the charge?
Well, that's what I don't know, Officer Cassidy. The girl won't talk. Why, I bet even the third degree wouldn't get a reason out of Mary.
Well, now, I wonder if you're in the clear on a certain charge I'm thinking of, Danny. You know, it could do you no harm to appear before your dentist nearby.
And here's what Danny found out. Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream Safe Polishing Agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Dennis Day and Charles Dant's beautiful arrangement of September Song.
Oh, it's a long, long while from May to December, but the days draw short when you reach September, when the autumn weather turns the leaves to flame. One hasn't got time for the waiting game. Oh, the days dwindle down to a precious few. September, November, and these few precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you.
Good night, everybody.
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure to be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
It's new, it's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dumas, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to stay tuned for the Mr. District Attorney program, which follows immediately.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Voice of America presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College. Now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. For the past week, administrative chores have been delegated as much as possible because President William Todhunter Hall and his wife Victoria have been and are deeply involved with a benefit theatrical production for the undergraduate Ivy players. Written, acted, and presented by the staff and known as the Faculty Follies. This is the first rehearsal day, and the halls are waiting for Sidney Mullins, manager of the student players, to arrive with a progress report. Dr. Hall is saying,
And I find it very stimulating. Whether it is the variation from my usual routine or the excitement of a theatrical production, I don't know. But I find myself thinking much too little of budgets, endowments, and curriculums, and much too much of costumes, scenery, and how does one do an off to Buffalo. And by the way, what is an off to Buffalo?
This is sort of a sideways down step that takes you off stage, darling. But you won't have to do it.
Oh.
After you finish your number, you just get up from the piano, acknowledge the thunderous applause, and walk off.
Yes, but suppose there is no applause, thunderous or otherwise. What do I do then? Blush and hide under the piano?
Oh, you're much too modest, darling. I'm not worried about you being a success. What I'm worried about is Mr. Wellman.
Mr. Wellman?
Well, yes. He says he's going to keep us from putting the show on. How do you suppose he intends to do it?
Oh, my love, I haven't the hardihood to follow a thought through the devious convolutions of the Wellman mind. The way is badly lighted, damp with tears never shed, and pitted with the graves of kindly deeds struck down in their youth.
Maybe he intends to set the Board of Governors against us, and what will you do about that?
Oh, I've already done it. I have polled the members separately and collectively. I sold each of them a block of tickets, thus putting them in the position of protecting an investment.
Oh, Toddy, you're wonderful.
Oh, no, not really, darling. I'm just resourceful, ingenious, clever, alert, kind, and shrewd. Also available Saturday afternoons for babysitting, dog walking, and instruction on the mandarin. No, my darling, my only trouble with the Board of Governors was keeping them from participating in the show.
You mean as entertainers?
I don't mean that, but they did. I had no idea there was so much talent lying around loose. I use the word talent loosely. And the word loose advisedly. It seems that our governing board numbers among its members 2 zither players, 1 silhouette cutter, 4 baritones of the Nelson Eddy or give a man a horse he can ride type, and 1 latter-day Houdini who specializes in removing his vest without taking off his coat.
No contortionists?
Oh, they were all contortionists.
What?
Well, you should have seen them bending over backwards to be polite and bowing me out at the same time.
Oh, yes, sounds like quite a trick. And we mustn't forget that old juggler, Mr. Wellman, who keeps everybody up in the air at once, and I wish I knew what he was.
Well, that must be our junior impresario, Sidney Mullins.
Yeah, I'll let him in.
Well, I hope he's lined up a better brand of talent among our professors.
Hello, Sidney. Come right in.
Hiya, Mrs. Hall. I hope you ate your crunchy munchies this morning. You'll need your strength when you hear Professor Heaslip make a bum out of Shakespeare. Hello, Dr. Hall.
Hello, Sidney. I gather you think Professor Heaslip lacks a certain something as a Shakespearean actor.
Oh, he's not too bad. Which is my first falsehood today.
Well, Shakespeare was superstitious. He made it 12th night because he was afraid Professor Heaslip had played on the 13th.
Well, let's not be harsh. Except for you, Victoria. We are all amateurs.
Well, except for Sidney here, too. He said when he was a little boy in the theater, he didn't have a chance to play baseball. So the Chinese acrobats used to toss him back and forth with their feet.
It was a great childhood, believe me. I was 18 before I knew Drop the Handkerchief was a game. Yeah, I thought it was just something the pretty girl in the Spangles did before she climbed up on the trapeze. Well, you want to hear how things are lined up, Dr. Hall?
Oh, yes, I would indeed. They tell me the tickets are selling rapidly, that we have cornered all the available faculty talent, and the production seems to be well in hand.
You've just given me my own report, sir. The talent is solid. Except for Heaslip. I'm sorry.
Well, I would suggest, Sidney, that we remember that the participants in this production are all volunteers, giving freely of their time and talents, and that we should accord them all the courtesy and consideration due them.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Hall. I almost forgot an old theater tradition. Never rap a fellow performer except when necessary, and then try to remember why it is necessary. Now then, Mullins, report.
The meeting is called to order.
Mullins to headquarters. The band is rehearsing like crazy. The sets are ready, and we got a good show laid out in routine. Professor Dillard of the chemistry department, magic act. Kent in mathematics at chalk talk. Dr. Hall's secretary, Goodson, knife throwing, and...
Knife throwing? Oh, good heavens. And to think of the times I've turned my back to her after correcting her punctuation.
I think our knife throwing simplifies her work. I mean, she can pin up your speeches on the wall and cut 2,000 words out of them from across the room.
Well, what else, Sidney?
Well, then we've got you, Dr. Hall, doing the Three Blind Mice a la Kipling, and Mrs. Hall singing Alice's House, and every 10 minutes some new talent jumps out from behind a blackboard. Only one hitch. No MC.
Well, can't you master the ceremonies yourself, Sidney?
Well, yes, sir. But I think it would be better to keep it a faculty show. Well, how about you, Mrs. Hall?
Well, I'm going to sing, Sidney. You better get somebody who's nothing else to do.
Well, we'll work it out, said he, doubting it very much. Now then, most of the professors have classes this afternoon, but we can go over to the auditorium now and run through your numbers, huh? My car is outside, if you don't mind walking the last part, because half a mile is asking a lot of it. Get a load of Cecil B. DeMullins, folks. Let down a little low, kids. Now, we want to run over a couple of numbers.
I'm afraid mine will sound as though it had been.
Had been what, dear?
Run over.
Nonsense. It's wonderful.
Oh, Mrs. Hall, how's about trying your song now, huh?
No, you're fine. I'm ready.
Oh, good. Okay, everybody, quiet, please. We're going to run over Mrs. Hall's number, Alice's House. Hank, how about an introduction? And keep it bouncing and bright.
Okay, folks, okay. Break it up. No more rehearsal. The show's off. Everybody go home.
Why, Officer Grogan.
What do you mean, no more rehearsal, Grogan? We just started.
Mrs. Hall, far be it from a mere cop to dispute the president's wife, but you just finished. It's orders. You gotta break it up.
Whose orders, Grogan?
The fire commissioner, of which, of whom... Which is it, Doc?
Well, I think you mean whom. Of whom what?
Of whom what? Mr. Clarence Chief Fire Commissioner. This building is held under violations 542, 756, 23, and 139 of Section B. Nothing affects it. Stage doors opening inward instead of outward. Smoking on stage. Untested extinguishers. And no fireman requested to stand by during rehearsals. I'm sorry, but I got my orders.
Well, Grogan, you, an old vaudeville performer, I thought you loved the theater.
I do, ma'am, and I also love to eat. To eat, I gotta work. To work, I gotta obey orders. I got orders to close up the show. So, QED, as the saying goes, Grogan follows orders.
But, Grogan, we can fill the extinguishers, we can change the doors, we can get a fireman to stand by, we can enforce the no-smoking ordinance on the stage.
Yeah, and we can hang Mr. Wellman up by his thumbs.
Excuse me, folks.
Yes, Sidney.
Grogan? Not of McGillicuddy and Grogan, old-time songs and new stolen jokes.
The same kid, but the title was Grogan and McGillicuddy, just to correct you. We played the Garson time.
Uncle Francis.
Uncle Francis.
Don't you remember me?
Huh?
Little Sidney Mullins, the four flying Mullins, Roscoe, Mamie, Biggie, and Flip. And me, little Sidney. When I was only a year old, you used to sneak back to the dressing room and feed me barbecued pork and strawberry pop.
Well, no wonder Vaudeville died.
Little Sidney Mullins.
Yes.
Well, it certainly is a small... Hey, your old man owes me $1 for laundry. Hibbing, Minnesota it was.
He told me, Uncle Francis, he told me if I ever saw you that here's the $1. And say, remember the soft shoe you used to do? This one? Huh?
Look, kid, look. It's no use playing on my sentiment. I got orders to close the show. You mean you remember that old number?
Could anyone ever forget it?
Hey, cut it out now. Look, I'm Grogan the cop. I got orders. Close the show.
Yes, but Grogan, you, as an administrative officer on this campus, You are qualified to participate.
Your talent, we need you.
Oh, please, Uncle Francis.
Oh, wait a minute. Hey, this Clarence Wellman now, he couldn't be the Wellman of Wellman and Fishnose that had to train Selak.
No, Grogan, I'm sure this Mr. Wellman was never in show business.
In fact, he obviously dislikes show business and show people.
Oh, he does he? Hey, Sidney.
Yeah.
Give me that lead in again.
Right. Nothing could be funner than to be in Carolina in the morning. Nothing could be sweeter than to get right up and meet her in the morning. Go.
I was by your house last night.
Why didn't you come in?
I didn't know where you lived.
No, Uncle Francis, please.
What's the matter?
It's a soft shoe, Uncle Francis, a soft shoe. You can't do it in those shoes.
Yeah, I guess you're right. These is cop shoes. These shoes are good on the beat, but the beat ain't right for these shoes. I'll go right on home and get my old soft shoes out. Don't nobody go away now, and a bed till I get back.
Yeah, good. Okay. How about it, Mrs. Hall? You ready to do your number?
Always ready, Sidney. Drop of a hat, Cromwell. He used to call me.
Yes, we'd better get on with it before Mr. Wellman realizes we have captured his emissary and pays us a personal visit.
Oh, right, Dr. Hall. Okay, boys, okay. Fiddles under chins, knuckles on the frets. Ready for Mrs. Hall's number. Now, let's have a little quiet among the loungers, please. And stage hands, lay off the poker playing a while. Ready, everybody?
Oh, let's all go round to Alice's house. 'Cause Alice's house is like a palace is Alice's house. There's a carpet on the floor, a knocker on the door. I never heard so many people knock at the door before. Free and easy. And when you get in, it's ever so go as you please. So let's all go round to Alice's house. 'Cause Alice's house is like a palace is Alice's house. Hello? Oh, darling.
Well, what does she want, Kay?
Alice.
Well, what does she have to say?
She has a wonderful plan for us, a way to spend the day. She suggests we all go to her house to play.
Well, is it a nice house?
Alice's?
Yes.
Why, Alice's. Is like a palaces.
It is.
Well, let's all go round to Alice's house. 'Cause Alice's house is like a palace is Alice's house is house.
She says that Alice's house is like a palace is Alice's house is house.
There's a carpet on the floor, a knocker on the door. I never heard so many people knock at the door before.
Before.
Like and free and easy. And when you go in, it's ever so go and you please. So let's all go round to Alice's house. 'Cause Alice's house
is like a palace.
Is Alice's house.
Is like a palace.
Is Alice's house. Is like a palace. Is Alice's house.
Mrs. Hall, in 2 words, sensational.
Well, thank you, Sidney. It's been a long time since I've done that number.
Oh, you were wonderful, my darling. But you are always wonderful. And I am always saying so.
Oh, Toddy, this is so much fun. And to think that Mr. Wellman should be trying to...
Did I hear my name mentioned?
Mr. Wellman.
What's going on here? I mean, why is it going on here? Where's Officer Grogan?
Oh, and he went home to practice his soft shoe routine, Mr. Wellman.
Who are you, young man?
Mr. Wellman, Mr. Mullins.
Mr. Mullins, Mr. Wellman.
Afternoon, sir. Can I get you a chair? We're just going to try Dr. Hall's
No,
number.
you can't get me a chair. I mean, no, thank you. I'm not staying. And neither is anyone else. I said I was going to stop this, and by God... Where did you say Grogan went?
Home to practice out, Mr. Wellman. He's in the show. You were so thoughtful to think of sending him over.
I didn't send him over to join the show. I sent him over to stop it. The fire laws. Didn't he explain about that?
Well, yes, Mr. Wellman, he did. But we have promised to comply with all the obsolete regulations that you dug up.
This is treason. This is an outrage. When I sent Grogan over here to close up the show, he should have done it. Now I'll have to. All right, folks, get out. Pack up, go home, go away. There won't be any show. Go on now. This is the chairman of the Board of Governors speaking. Go home.
I wish you'd got here sooner, sir. I couldn't quiet him down like that.
Now, Mr. Wellman, just exactly what is your objection to this production?
I think it's a degrading spectacle, undermining the dignity of this college and making a laughingstock of our institution with this poltroonery.
I think the word you want is buffoonery, Mr. Wellman.
A poltroon is a man who raises poultry.
No, Senor Poltroon's a coward.
Oh, he raises cows. Oh, I guess
Will you please stop this nonsense? I am here to see that Ivy College is made a mock of. Not made, that is. I mean that we must not lower our standards to such a... What is it, Dr. Hall?
I didn't say anything, Mr. Wellman.
Oh, well, I thought you were about...
But I'd like to. I understand that your principal objection to this fundraising project, the Faculty Follies, is that it lacks dignity.
Precisely, and...
Then, if we could inject the right note of austerity, of quiet rectitude, of elegance and restraint, you might withdraw your objection.
Certainly, but you can't do it. How could you do it?
With you, Mr. Wellman.
Huh?
Look, sir, look. What we need in this fish fry is an MC.
Who's frying fish,
Mr. Mullins means, Mr. Wellman, that the only thing lacking in this production is a master of ceremonies. Someone to introduce the acts with quiet dignity. Someone with a platform manner. With personality.
With charm.
With sparkle and wit. In short, Mr. Wellman, you.
You mean just because I have achieved a certain modicum of success as a speaker that I join you? Me?
Dignity, Mr. Wellman. We need it. You have it.
So can we get it?
This is certainly not what I came for. I mean, what is the purpose of this business?
Oh, it's a worthy one, Mr. Wellman. We're raising money so that the undergraduate Ivy players can afford to travel and compete dramatically with other colleges. It means a great deal to the college, publicity-wise, as well as for morale. And possibly for future endowments from those who recognize the interest we take in dramatic subjects.
Endowments?
Yes.
Publicity, morale, I see. Why didn't someone tell me what... I mean, well, let it never be said that Clarence Wellman ever overlooked a possible endowment. Even a barely possible endowment. Well, what does an MC do in a thing like this?
Oh, an MC comes out and brings the acts on, you see. Wait, let me tell him, folks, please. Look, Mr. Wellman.
Yes, millions?
Mullins, sir.
The endowments will be later, Mr. Wellman.
All right.
Go on, Sidney.
Thank you. For this production, sir, all you have to do is stand at the side of the proscenium.
That's over there.
Yes, with a big, bright spotlight on you.
Oh, yeah. And introduce the act with your natural dignity and with a touch of humor, perhaps, just as though you were talking to your stockholders.
Stockholders don't like humor, Dr. Hall. They see you smiling, they think you're being tricky. Let them see tears in your eyes, and then they don't worry about watering the stock. Hey, I'll try to remember that. Yes.
That's exactly what we mean, Mr. Wellman. Look, let's try this for size. We're just going to run through Dr. Hall's number. You introduce it.
Of course, you'll have ample opportunity to write your own material, Mr.
I don't
Wellman.
need to write it. I think on my feet. What are you going to do?
3 blind mice, as Kipling would have written it.
You're on, Mr. Wellman.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was from the great Rudyard Kipling we learned about India. Through him, we know how the people of Calcutta dress, how the people of Bombay eat, and how the people of Burma shave. And now we will hear in the mysterious atmosphere of the East the familiar story of the three blind mice. Folks, our president, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, with three blind mice, as Kipling might have written it. Take it, maestro.
Now, this is the tale of the three blind mice. As it's known from Madras to Cawnpore, from Hyderabad to Seringapatam, from Simla to Chandaragore. And ever they tell the tale anew as bond of our kith and kin of the three blind mice. And the sin and the price. And the tales that they paid it in. Reckless, rampant, raging they ran, for the three and blind. Hot on the track of Mohammed Din's wife, golden-skinned daughter of Ain. Wife to a farmer, a man of the hills, where the Khyber leads down to Lahore, and the slithering stride of the bitten snowslide is drowned in the bullet train's roar. Deep in the gloom of the shuddering grass, darkling the thickets amid, where the jungle old rolled fold on fold to hide the wrong she did. She who was wife to the man of the hills, with carving knife curving and keen, left three mice, and blind, with three pitiful stumps to show where their tails had been. And this is the tale of the three blind mice, as they tell it in Mandalay, where the dawn does all sorts of impossible things, and China's across the bay. Ever they tell the tale anew, as bond of our kith and kin, of the three blind mice, and the sin, and the price, and the tales that they paid it in. Thank you, Vicky.
Oh, and Mr. Wellman, you were wonderful.
Yes. Oh, yes, your introduction gave me the inspiration I needed.
Mr. Wellman, for a man to come on cold turkey and hit one into the bleachers with sock yaks like that is not only one for the book, but two for the money and three for the show. This clam bake is 10,000 clams ahead as of 5 minutes ago.
Well, thank you, young man, for the compliment. I take it that was a compliment. I didn't quite understand. Oh, Dr. Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Tickets.
Tickets?
Yes, tickets. If I'm going to embassy of this show, I want some tickets. Family, friends, etc.
Gee,
what's the matter?
The tickets. There aren't any, Mr. Wellman.
I'm afraid we're sold out for the entire 3 days.
Then put it on another 3 days. My goodness, hasn't anyone around here any imagination, initiative? Well, look, let's print a lot of posters. Plaster the town, throw some handbills around. Run it 2 weeks if we have to. And another thing, I think if the fiddles were moved around back of the saxophones, and then let's have some more amber spots here, and then fill up the...
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
This production of the Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Earl Ross, Hans Conried, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
The Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras holds its annual combination gala meeting and dance at the Lodge Hall. All over town, young girls, anxious to please their boyfriends, are asking them what favorite dress they would like them to wear. In the Adams house, we hear boyfriend Henry saying,
Susan, why don't you wear the blue dress with a low back?
And in the Brown house, boyfriend Tommy is saying,
Barbara, why don't you wear the pink gown? You know, the strapless one?
And in the Colby house, where Betty Colby has asked her boyfriend Mel Blanc what he would like her to wear, Mel is saying,
Betty, why don't you wear that green Mackinaw? It's going to be chilly tonight.
Well, Betty selected a dress, and now we find her with Mel, having stopped in at the fix-it shop before going on down to the zebra meeting. But what kind of talk do we hear from Mel?
Goodbye, Diane. You're a beautiful girl, but you have to go. The time has come when we must part. If you remained here any longer, it would be just a mockery. This is the end. The end, Diane.
Oh, Mel, it's only a calendar, girl. Don't take it so serious.
Well, it's easy for you to talk like that, Betty. You're a woman. But Diane wasn't just an ordinary calendar girl.
No.
No, this was a 5-year calendar. And on her nose, you could tell the temperature.
Well, Mel, life is cruel. You might as well face it. So put up this new calendar.
Fine thing. A picture of the White House.
Oh, well, I think it's very nice. With President Truman sitting out on the lawn. Who gave it to you?
Oh, can't you read? Potchnick, the piano teacher. Says, play the piano, become president in 10 easy lessons. You too can be the life of the Democratic Party. Oh, gosh, it's late. I got to go down to the lodge hall and rehearse my pageant.
Oh, I thought you had it already rehearsed.
Yeah, but now I have to play Old Man Williams' part of Father Time.
Wasn't he going to show up?
No, I gave him a scythe to rehearse his part. Now he's got a job mowing lawns. Well, I'll play the part myself. Maybe I'll impress someone with my acting. Oh, there'll probably be big people in the audience. Who knows what might happen to me? Mel Blanc. A star is born.
Oh, Mel, here comes Father.
Uh-oh, shooting star. Hello, Mr. Colby.
Why, hello, Mel. How are you? Happy New Year. It's a pleasure to see you.
Gosh, Betty, I could have sworn the man who just came in was your father.
Of course I'm your father, you nincompoop. Well, maybe it's a wise child.
Well, that's more your same sweet self, Mr. Colby.
Yes, thank you. Well, Mel, let's not have any harsh words tonight. I like you. Can't you get that through that thick, stupid skull of yours? I like you.
Well, you don't have to tell me, Mr. Colby. I'm still black and blue from the last time you liked me.
Why, Mel, my boy, how can you say that? Last time you were up at the house, didn't I offer you a drink?
Yes, and before I knew it, you had me halfway to the medicine chest.
Well, that's where I keep my bourbon.
Oh, that's a funny kind of bourbon. It had a label on it for external use only.
Say, isn't it about time we started for the meeting?
Just a moment, Betty. There's something I want to impress on Mel. You see, Time magazine always picks out a man of the year. And similarly, our lodge always elects a zebra of the year. Now, I want you, Mel, as a close friend of mine, to cast your vote for me and get some of your close friends to do the same as a close friend of mine.
Oh, but Mr. Colby,
Now, listen, Blank, I'll break every...
Please, Mr. Colby, not that close. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Colby. I've got to memorize my part in the pageant, but I can send Zuki out to campaign for you.
Oh, splendid idea. What an honor. Votary Arbuthnot Colby, Zebra of the Year.
Oh, Zuki!
Oh, it's late, Father. We better go.
Yes, Mel. Hello, Betty. Happy 1950.
1950?
Yeah, I can't say 1947.
Now, look, Zuki, we want you to go out to all the members of the lodge and tell them to vote for Mr. Colby as Zebra of the Year.
Yes, that's right, Zuki. Now, suppose I'm Mr. Jones. You knock on my door, and I, as Mr. Jones, say, why should I vote for Mr. Colby? Now, what do you say, Zuki?
Well, I say because he's very... He's a smart... He's a kind of a... Would you mind repeating that question?
Well, what for?
Well, because it's been such a long time since I heard it.
This is ridiculous. Mel Blanc, if I'm not elected Zebra of the Year tonight, my first New Year's resolution will be that you're barred from my house. Now, all I can say is that you'd better do something. All right, come along now, Betty.
Gee, Mel, you've got to rehearse your you got to get votes from Mr. Coke. All I can say is Happy New Year.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A girl girl who's cute enough to cuddle shouldn't have a breath of trouble. No, indeed. That little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, has made many a girl unpopular, many a man, too. Don't let it happen to you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing, and remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now Victor Miller and the Sportsmen salute the new year with Zip-a-dee-doo-dah.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine in my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zip-zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day. Why-you-da, zip-dee-doo, what a wonderful day. Zip, 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 zip. Why-you-da, zip-dee-doo, what a wonderful day. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is so satisfactual. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, what a wonderful feeling, what a wonderful day.
Tonight is a big night for Mel Blanc. The Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras is holding its annual New Year's Eve meeting and dance. The highlight of the evening will be a pageant of 1946 in which Mel will portray all the characters. Right now, we find Mel in his fix-it shop just about to close up and leave for the meeting.
Mel Blanc tonight is going to make you a great actor. Someday you'll be on Broadway. Your name flashing in lights. The M goes on, and the B goes off. The E goes on, and the L goes off. The L goes on, and the A goes on, and the N goes off, and the C goes on. And then all at once the whole thing flashes on. Nibble Sklank! Hey, wait a minute. That's not right. Well, if it isn't Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. How come you're going to the meeting alone? Where's your soulmate?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is stalemate. She's a little late, Mel. I left her at the beauty parlor getting a mud pack.
A mud pack? Well, they say it's a great aid to beauty.
Only temporary. The mud has to come off.
Well, how can you say that, mighty potentate? Your wife has beautiful, well, she's got lovely, she's got very nice, isn't there some way they can get that mud to stay on?
Mel, I don't mind her not being beautiful. After all, a woman her age.
Now, Mr. Cushing, don't exaggerate. Your wife told me herself she was only around 40.
Yeah, but it's her second time around.
Is she really that old?
Mel, most people have to read about American history in books. Not my wife. She's an eyewitness. You don't believe she's old, Mel? Listen to her stand up sometime. It sounds like the door opening on Inner Sanctum.
I can never understand why you married her, mighty potentate.
Neither can I. You know, I'm married to the only woman in the world who listens to the radio and talks back to Gabriel Heder. What a marriage. My wife and I have nothing in common. We don't like the same books. We don't care for the same food. We don't like the same movies.
Yeah, you're not even the same sex. Gosh, it's late. We better be going down to the meeting. Mr. Cushing, do you think Mr. Colby has a chance of being elected Zebra of the Year?
Who can tell? You know, I was the first one to be elected for bravery in action. I showed unequaled daring, courage, and fearlessness far beyond the call of duty.
Well, what'd you do?
I said no to my wife. Campaign almost cost me my life. However, there was a very minor reason for my election. By the way, Mel, do you think you'll have a good pageant tonight?
Well, I hope so, mighty potentate. Oh, wait, I got to put out the lights. Gosh, it looks like I'll have to play all the parts myself.
Very exciting. You know, I'm reviewing it for our Zebra newspaper, and if I like it, I may give it 4 stripes. Well, up into my car, Mel. The affair must be going full blast.
Gosh, everybody's here, Mr. Cushing. It's a real turnout.
Oh, hello, Mel. Hello, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Mr. Colby, ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Mel, the members are casting their votes. I hope you did your part.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Colby. I know which side of my ugga my boo is buttered on.
Oh, Mel, here comes my wife.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Cushing. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Hello, Angel.
Well, I see you're here, too, Ugga. Very nice affair, Montmorency.
Well, thank you, Angel. You're looking wonderful, Angel. Oh, let me take that off. There's still a piece of mud on your face.
Well, thank you, Montmorency. I'm going to join the ladies.
Goodbye, Angel. Probably went over to put the chill in the punch bowl.
I don't understand it. How come you were always calling her Angel?
Just anticipating. Well, I got to start the meeting, Mel. I hope you're not nervous.
Oh, all right.
I now call this meeting to order in the name of the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras. Members will now rise and give the password. As you know, the ballots are cast, and in a short while, a new Zebra of the Year will be elected. In reviewing zebra activities during the past year, I think every member will agree that our meeting of November 5th was the most outstanding. To help refresh our memories of that evening, Brother Ross will now once again read the minutes of that meeting. Proceed, Brother Ross.
Because the lodge hall was closed for repairs, the last meeting was held in the back of Brother Murphy's Bar and Grill. First time in 3 years everyone attended. Brother Colby was voted in, and in celebration of the event, Brother Murphy brought in a round of beers. We quickly dispensed with old business. Brother Blank made a resolution to take $100 out of the treasury for the community chest. Resolution was passed. Brother Murphy brought in another round of beers. At this point, mighty potentate Cushing made a resolution to dispose of his wife. It was passed unanimously. And Brother Murphy brought in another round of beers. Brother Miller fell out of the window. A resolution was passed to petition Congress to make Murphy's Bar and Grill a national shrine. Brother Murphy fell out of the window. Brother Jones made a resolution to pick up Brother Murphy. Resolution was defeated. Another round of beers was passed. The neighbors complained, and the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Brother Ross. And now, fellow members, we come to the highlight of our evening. Brother Blank appears in a New Year's Eve pageant which he wrote, directed, produced, and has to act in himself. Music.
Blank marches on. The news of the past year, 1946, as seen through the eyes, ears, nose, and throat of a zebra. In Detroit, Michigan, Walter B. Chandler, eminent industrialist, says,
Folks, I can safely say that with the present supply of raw materials proceeding unabated, it is mine remain open within 6 months each
and every man, woman, and child in this country will have an ample supply of bubble gum.
Earlier this year, the Duke and Duchess of Windsor arrived in New York. Besieged for an interview, the Duke said,
No statements.
In Chicago, the Duke said again,
No statement.
But when the Duke and Duchess returned to England, the Duke finally said,
We was wrong.
A few months ago, price ceilings on food were removed. A month later, a senator speaks with a typical American housewife on the White House lawn.
Madam, now that we all removed that OPA from food prices, what do you all have to say?
Get off the grass. I'm eating it.
In September, Joe Louis, defending his championship, knocked out Tammy Moriello in the first round. A little while later, in a restaurant, his friend Rochester said,
Waiter, bring me a Tammy Moriello egg.
The waiter asked, What's that? To which Rochester replied,
2 minutes and 9 seconds.
And now the climax of the year takes place at the United Nations meeting. The Russian delegate stands up and says,
Granish Pazduka Maslo Puerza Pajnajnik Koyats. I'm going home.
The audience gasps with astonishment. Reporters rush to their typewriters, and the French ambassador says, Sure, you say you are going home? Says the Russian, Gradnoya Vajduya Kazloma Krajno Voyesh Klabya. Why not? It's time for launch. And so Old Man 1946 says,
What's up, guys?
Thank you very much, Mel Blanc. And now the moment we've been waiting for. The votes have been tallied in the election for Zebra of the Year. And I have a startling announcement to make. The result is a tie. Every man voted for himself. Mel Blanc, you'll never come up to my house again.
Just a moment, President Cushing. There was a ballot stuck on the bottom of the box. It's some illiterate scrawl.
Oh, that must be my handwriting.
Oh? Let me see now. C-O-L-B. I believe it's for Mr. Colby.
Then Mr. Colby is elected Zebra of the Year. Members, we salute the Zebra of the Year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, Mr. Colby, that you have won the highest honor of our lodge during the coming year, you alone are privileged to utter the sacred Zebra call. You may begin now. Call, Zebra, call.
Gosh, Betty, this is a wonderful way to start the new year. Everything turned out just right.
Oh, now we can sit here in my parlor anytime we want to.
Betty, as long as the year has started out so well, I'm going in right now and ask your father if we can get married.
Oh, good luck, Mel.
Gosh, Betty, I'm afraid your father's taken this Zebra of the Year thing too seriously.
Why, what's the matter?
I just saw him in the kitchen eating oats.
Oh, silly. Those are Quaker oats. Everybody eats those.
From a feed bag? Well, good night, folks, and a happy 1947 to y'all.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Jackson reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
of America presents The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Rudy Vallee, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar saying, I've ridden in a new Ford truck. How about you? And the Ford dealer who was showing it off told me a thing or two about these great new trucks. They're all bonus built extra strong to last longer. They have powerful new engines, $1 million cab that sets a new high in comfort for the driver. And the new line of Ford trucks has 139 different models, including the biggest trucks Ford has ever built. For all the facts on the hottest line of trucks on the road, see your Ford dealer. Sunday night again, and here comes Fred Allen rolling along in his new Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred parks his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Oh, Portland, hey.
I'm a little late again, Portland. Have you been waiting long?
No, I was looking at that big movie sign across the street.
What sign?
It says, The Lucky Stiff, produced by Jack Benny.
The Lucky Stiff?
Uh-huh. It's a new picture.
After the horn blows at midnight, I guess the only way Benny can get his name on a picture is to produce it.
Have you seen Jack lately?
The last time I saw Mr. Benny, he was worried about where the government was going to get the money to pay the president's increase in salary. And then one day, Mr. Benny got a letter from the Income Tax Department, and he knew where they were going to go.
You mean Jack?
Today he is better known as No Jack Benny.
You'd better be careful. Jack will get even with you.
Oh, get even with. Benny isn't allowed to mention my name anymore, you know. He has to tell jokes about Sam Spade now. But always remember, NBC is still the top network, Portland. That other outfit is the Snug Harbor of radio. It's becoming a home for old radio actors. They give them Social Security and put them away on a certain.
If you keep talking, your Hooper rating will go down.
Hooper rating. You know what President Truman said after the election.
What?
President Truman said, I wouldn't leave another poll if I saw it in front of a barber shop.
How do they figure out the Hooper rating?
Well, nobody really knows, Portland. There's a lot of people in rocking chairs, I understand, who do it. The way Hooper works it, he can look in a pet shop window and tell you how many wags there are in a dog's tail. That's the system he uses. But enough about the indefinite. I think I'll get a paper, Portland.
Let's take a walk down Main Street.
Swell idea. Let's get going.
paper say?
Well, this page, I just fortunately turned to this page, is full of ads. Look.
Walter Thornton Models.
You know, when I quit radio, I think I'll go back modeling for Walter Thornton.
You were a model?
Oh, yes. I used to, only from the knees down. I used to model bulldog shoes. But from wearing the bulldog shoes too tight, my left foot got distemper. What could I do? I had to go into radio. What's this next ad here?
Uncle Sam's Umbrellas. Born in New York and raised all over.
Say, here's something. Look at this. American Woman's Voluntary Services awards honors for outstanding achievements by women.
Who are some of the outstanding women?
Oh, well, I wouldn't know offhand. I tell you what, though, let's ask some people now as we're walking down Main Street. This man coming along with the burlap muffler. Pardon me, brother.
Claghorn, say Claghorn's the name, son. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Oh, Senator.
Shoot it to me, son. What's on your mind? I'm busy as a man with one tooth trying to eat an olive.
You're busy?
Yeah. The government is cutting down expenses. I'm heading the committee for paper conservation.
Paper conservation?
We tried taking the pages out of old congressional records and making them into Dixie cups.
Dixie cups?
It wouldn't work.
Why not?
Them records was filled with congressmen's speeches.
Well, why couldn't the congressman's speeches be made into Dixie cups?
They wouldn't hold water.
Oh, I see.
Don't let that get out, son.
No.
Drew Pearson will go to town.
Drew Pearson? I'll keep it under my hat, and I have another hat for Sundays. I'll put it in. Say, what else is keeping you busy, Senator?
Well, I'm head of that hay lift. Trying bales of hay out to them 4 steers in the blizzard. It's the least Congress can do. Son, we owe our success to a steer.
You owe your success to a steer?
Where would Congress be without the old bull?
Well, tell me, Senator, what are some of women's outstanding achievements?
Well, son, in America, the hand that rocked the cradle of liberty was a woman's hand.
True.
There are many famous women.
Yeah?
There's Lucy Monroe, the mother of the Monroe Doctrine. There's Martha Washington, the mother of the nicotine. And there's Florence Nightingale, the mother of the Audubon Society.
Well, who is the outstanding woman, Senator?
In the South, the woman who has done the most for mankind is Chloe.
Chloe?
Yeah, Chloe went into a swamp and kept her mouth shut for 20 years. Son, every woman should follow Chloe's example.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Senator. If all the women ran into swamps, there would be no women left in the nation.
I know.
But a nation with no women, what would it be?
Stagnation. So long, son. So long,
Well, come on, Portland. What are you looking at?
The sign in the liquor store.
What sign?
These 2 men drinking brandy.
Brandy?
It says, which twin has the pony?
Oh, that has to be the last of the pony. Say, look who's coming across the street.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bub.
Say, are your eyes bloodshot?
No.
Well, they say they look all red.
I know. For breakfast, I had a mess of beans.
Uh-huh.
I was eating the beans with a short knife.
A short knife, eh?
Bending over the plate to load up the knife.
Yes?
My glasses fell off into the ketchup.
Oh, then your eyes aren't bloodshot.
No, it's ketchup on the glasses.
Oh, I see. Oh, look, one of your eyes has a brown pupil.
Oh, that's a bean. It's stuck on my eyelid. Test it out.
Yes.
Oh, if it ain't one thing with me, it ain't long before it will be.
I assume that you've got trouble?
Yes, I just sent back my mail order catalog.
Oh, really?
I'm finished doing business through the mail.
Why?
If I'm getting a rook-in, I'm getting my rook-in face-to-face.
Why are you so bitter about the mail?
Well, last spring, Miss Moody, she sent away for a bottle of Scalp King hair tonic and a bottle of Presto lawn stimulator.
Uh-huh.
Well, the mail order house sent 2-gallon jugs with no labels on them.
Well, she didn't know which jug was the hair tonic and which was the lawn stimulator?
That's right. But Miss Moody, she took a guess.
Uh-huh.
She rubbed one jug on her scalp.
Yes.
And the other jug she sprayed on the front lawn.
What happened?
Today, Miss Moody has grass sideburns.
And?
Our whole front lawn is a blonde pompadour.
Well, Titus, what do you think? If you get any dandruff on your lawn, let me know. I've got something that's good for that. Titus, what do you think about women's achievements?
Why, speaking of females, calls to mind the greatest martyr that the world has ever known.
Ah, yes, the greatest martyr. You mean Joan of Arc?
I mean Elsie the cow.
Elsie the cow is a martyr?
Down through the years, she's not only stood for a lot more than most people.
Yeah?
But Elsie's had more things pulled on her.
Let's go, Portland. Don't lag behind like
I
that.
was just looking in this office.
What office?
It says Jones Brothers Tree Surgeons. We have branches everywhere.
I knew a tree surgeon one time. He fell out of a patient and broke his leg. Sad case.
Look who's coming out of the little picture theater.
Mrs. Nussbaum. Mrs. Nussbaum, are you speaking French?
Who knows what I'm speaking?
Well, you're excited. Calm down now. Did something happen in the theater?
But I'm going inside thinking it is playing the Schnook Pit.
The Schnook Pit.
It's coming on a picture. Le Petit Fille de Tromboniste.
What is that?
The trombone player's granddaughter.
Oh.
It's a French picture.
Oh, a French picture. I see.
Up top, while the actors are parley-vousing in French.
Yes.
Down below, it's flashing on in English subtitles.
Oh, the subtitles. It sounds confusing.
Oh, I'm looking down to seeing what he's doing in English.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking up. It's too late.
It's too late?
Yes, in France, they are finished doing it.
Oh, well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, about women's achievement.
Oh, always women are achieving.
Achieving, huh? Can you name a few outstanding women?
Well, quickly, I'm calling to mind Babette Gittelman.
Well, who is Babette Gittelman?
Babette Gittelman is the first woman at Miami to use for reading on the beach a sloped magnifying glass.
Good.
And Rudy Vallee,
another famous woman.
the first woman in Far Rockaway to switch from seltzer to plain water. And Ming Tai Rappaport, the first woman in the Bronx eating herring with chopsticks.
Well, these are all women of achievement indeed. But what woman now, in your estimation, Mrs. Nussbaum, has made the greatest achievement?
Evelyn with the magic violin.
And Evelyn's greatest achievement?
For 20 years, she's keeping Phil Spitali working. Thank you.
Portland, you know, walking down Main Street at night is like taking a shortcut through a psychopathic ward.
You haven't found out much about women's achievement.
I sure haven't. Well, I'll try one more character for luck. This little man coming along with the green cutaway coat and the high hat. Hey, chum.
You don't get your hands up with your I never seen this. What the hell? How do you do?
Ajax Cassidy.
Stand back, me boy, and admire a well-dressed man.
Ajax, I must say that you are a beau Brummel.
Nolan the Undertaker just paid me the finest compliment of the day.
Nolan the Undertaker?
Nolan says, Cassidy, if you drop dead in front of me funeral parlor, I could lay you in a casket just the way you are. They wouldn't have to touch a hand to you.
Well, that's some compliment.
Yep. He says the embalming fluid would give you some color, but outside of that, I have no suggestion.
Well, tell me, Ajax, why are you dressed up?
Oh, you don't know. I was invited to the dedication.
What dedication?
The mayor dedicated a sewer over in Queens.
A sewer?
Oh, me boy, what a sight it was. The mayor in his full-dress suit and his white hip boots, standing there in mock-up to his fraternity pin. Lifting up the solid gold manhole cover.
Yes.
And as his honor looked down into the sewer to start the dedication.
Yes.
The Department of Sanitation band started playing These Foolish Things Remind Me of You.
Well, I hate to cut this short, Ajax, but our question tonight is about women and their achievement.
Sure, me boy. Today there's only one great woman.
Uh-huh.
She appeals to every man.
Yes.
She makes a man lose his head entirely.
Uh-huh. Many a man has fallen for her. She appeals to every man. She makes men lose their heads. Men fall for her. Who is this woman?
Miss Rheingold. Goodbye, Evil.
So long. What are you picking up there?
It's a theater program.
Oh, a theater program?
It says Love Life.
Oh, Love Life. Say, that's a wonderful show. You know, there's a song in Love Life called Green Up Time.
What is it like?
Well, all I can say, if Al Goodman and his orchestra played it and the 5 DeMarco sisters sang it, Green Up Time would come out something like this.
Yesterday morning I did see blossoms on the apple tree. I took a breath and thought, could it be it's green up time? Then I began to look around, and in every field I found greens were pushing up through the ground for green up time. And sure enough, the bluebell tinkled April in the glass. And sure enough, I fell in love with love again. Then I started feeling all so bright and bright. Then it hit me right. I'll have my honey dance me tonight and have a time to welcome in the green up I'll have my honey dance me tonight and I'll have a time to welcome in the green up
Wait just a minute, Portland. Kenny Delmar just rushed out of the Ford dealer showroom. I wonder what's up. Hi, Kenny.
I can't stop, Fred. I'm on my way to the printers to order the invitation.
Oh, invitations? Are you giving a party, are you?
No, Fred. These are for the Ford dealer.
Oh, the Ford dealer's giving a party.
Well, it isn't exactly a party. The Ford dealer's inviting everyone to come down and drive the new Ford.
Oh.
When you get behind the wheel of a new Ford, there's a wonderful difference you can feel.
Oh, I see.
You don't see it, Fred. You feel it.
Oh.
You feel the power of those new Ford Equipoise engines. You feel the new Ford's greater ease of handling. You feel the smoothness of Ford's new midship ride.
Oh, Kenny, wait. Look, now, if you print all of that on an invitation, it's going to weigh more than the Sunday Times.
Oh, well, the invitation is just going to say, you're invited to your Ford dealer.
Uh-huh.
People will feel for themselves the power of the Equipoise engines and the smoothness of the new midship ride once they get behind the wheel of the new Ford.
Well, when you get your invitations out, Kenny, this should be a happy party.
Fred, you haven't seen a happy party until you've seen a party who owns a 49 Ford. So long, Fred.
So long, Kenny. Come on, Portland. What now?
Did you see this sign in the pet shop window?
What sign?
It says, try camel soap for your dog.
Camel soap for your dog?
It's good for their flea zone.
Hey, it sure is nice out tonight, Portland. Let's go back and get my Ford. We'll take a ride.
Oh, I have to buy Mama a new veil.
What's wrong with your mother's old veil?
This morning, she forgot she had her veil on, and Mama popped her bubble gum.
You know, I know a psychiatrist who gives credit if your mother's interested.
I have to turn at this corner.
Okay, put your hand out before I say, see you later, Portland.
Good night.
Good night. Well, I think I'll buy a magazine and go on home. I'll have something to read while I'm listening to Jack Eichen. There's a magazine stand in this Greyhound bus station. I just remembered. I'll go... Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
It is my fault. I bumped into you.
Rudy Vallee. Rudy, what are you doing in a Greyhound bus station? Meeting someone?
No, Fred. I just bought my ticket back to California.
Rudy, you traveling across the country by bus?
Bus travel is wonderful, Fred. You ride in comfort, you see the country, you meet interesting people, and incidentally you save $27.18.
But, Rudy...
Frankly, Fred, it's not the money. I ride the bus as a matter of loyalty.
Loyalty?
Along the road, I eat at Howard Johnson's stand.
And this is loyalty?
Howard Johnson is the ale man. Oh, the table's down at Howard's, to the food we loves the will.
Please.
I'm sorry, Fred. Thinking of Yale, I was carried away.
Well, Rudy, how come you're going back to California? You're a big hit at the Latin Quarter. You're still there, aren't you?
Yeah, 3 more days, Fred. Confidentially, Fred, I'm a teeny-weeny bit disappointed in the Latin Quarter.
Disappointed? How?
Well, I've been at the Latin Quarter 3 weeks. I've spoken to several people in Latin. Not one of them could answer me.
You enjoy talking Latin?
Occasionally, I like to sit around and chew the fat in Latin.
Chew the fat in Latin. Well, Rudy, just because nobody in New York speaks Latin, that's no reason for you to rush back to California.
But, Fred, I'm anxious to get back to my life of retirement in Hollywood.
Rudy, you, Mr. Show Business himself, retired? How do you spend your time?
Fred, if everyone lived the life I live, communism wouldn't have a leg to stand on.
Really? What is your routine out there in Hollywood?
Every morning, promptly at 7 o'clock, I rise from my gold Murphy bed and pinch myself to see if I'm awake.
You have to pinch yourself to see if you're awake?
Yes. With my eyes, it's hard to tell when they're open.
Well, once you see you're awake...
I take a brisk shower, slip on my play suit, and dash out to the yard.
Yes?
Stepping behind a herd of gazelles, I enter the bank.
You have a bank in your yard?
The Bank of America built my own branch.
Oh.
They wanted to be near me.
Oh, I see.
I used to keep my deposits in their Hollywood branch, but my money started bulging the end of the bank. Children riding by on bicycles had to make a wide swerve. It was getting dangerous.
Well, tell me, what happens when you get into your bank?
I wet my finger and start counting my money.
Well, how long does it take to count your money?
Well, if it's a nice day, I don't hurry.
Yeah.
So stimulating, you see.
Yeah.
I generally count until it's time for lunch.
I see.
Then I dry my finger, ring for my houseboy.
And he serves lunch?
He pulls a branch of an avocado tree in through the window, and I eat my fill.
You eat lunch in the bank?
Oh, yes. It's economical. I save money on napkins.
Well, how do you wipe off your mouth?
Generally on a $20 bill. Or if I'm unusually sloppy, I use 2 tens.
2 tens. And after lunch?
I take all of the money I counted before lunch and stack it.
This takes all afternoon?
Till the sun goes down. As soon as it gets too dark to see my money, I quit.
And after a hard day counting and stacking?
I rest my finger for an hour, don my Shantung Norfolk jacket, and prepare for the evening.
You're on the town, eh?
I usually start off by going to Romanoff's.
Oh, you eat dinner at Romanoff's?
No. Just as I walk in the door, someone starts shouting, "Look, there's Rudy Vallee."
Well, who starts the shouting?
I do. I rave at the diners for an hour or so, then at 10 o'clock I go back home, get out my Chippendale rake, and tidy up the lawn.
Well, what's on the lawn?
Money.
Money?
During the day, the interest is piled up and spilled over into the yard. Oh, it's a mess.
Oh, I can imagine.
After an exhausting day, I'm bushed.
You're ready to retire,
Back to my gold Murphy bed and my nightly rendezvous with Morpheus.
Well, Rudy, this retirement isn't for you.
But, Fred, I'm happy.
You intend to spend the rest of your life with a wet finger counting your money?
Yes, and I should live so long.
But, Rudy, you're a great entertainer. You've got to come back to show business.
But, Fred, I'll only make more money. Where can I put it? Be a reasonable man.
Rudy, the income tax department will take the money off your hands. You can force them to.
No, Fred, it's too great a chance. With my luck, I'll get a capital gains deal and have to keep it all.
But, Rudy, you can't do this to America. You're singing better than ever. Why, I heard you at the Latin Quarter. You did that song, The Most Beautiful Girl in the World.
You want me to sing? I shall be happy to oblige, yes.
No, I don't.
The most beautiful girl in the world picks my ties out, eats my candy, drinks my brandy. The most beautiful girl in the world. The most beautiful face in the world may be simple, but a dimple makes that simple little face the most beautiful face in the world. Social, not a bit, natural kind of wit. She'd shine anywhere, and she hasn't got got platinum hair. The most beautiful house in the world has a chimney, and by a chimney, neath that chimney, all my slippers are next to the ones that belong to the one and only beautiful girl in the world.
Rudy, that was great.
Thank you, Fred.
Rudy, listen to me, and you'll be bigger than you ever were. I'm going to get you into television.
But television is only here in the East.
It's spreading, Rudy. Television now goes all the way to St. Louis. This year they're going to sell over 2 million television sets.
Who makes these television sets?
RCA.
RCA?
Get into television, Rudy. You owe it to your public.
And I owe it to myself.
Yourself?
I own 300 shares of RCA stock.
Then you will go into television?
I may have to get another rake for my lawn, but I'll do it.
Good. Come on, Rudy. You and I are going over to see my television agent. He's just down the block. Let's go. Here we are, Rudy. It's this glass door.
Let me see. Sam Prindle, television agent.
Sam is busy 24 hours a day. All he does is book Arthur Godfrey. Come on, let's go in.
After you.
Hello, Sam.
Well, Freddie Allen.
Sam, you've got your hat on.
Yeah, I just got back from Chicago yesterday.
Oh, Chicago.
I had to go out and see how the programs were coming through that coaxial cable.
Well, how are they coming through?
Freddie, we should have never laid that cable underground.
Why not?
Well, you know on radio how you get static?
Yes.
In television, we're getting gophers.
Gophers?
The channels are full of gophers.
Gosh.
You get gophers every place but Pittsburgh.
No kidding.
When you turn on a set in Pittsburgh, soft coal blows into the room. Oh, trouble.
Well, Sam, good news. Your troubles are over. Meet Rudy Vallee.
I hope, Sam.
What's this?
Rudy's a singer.
A singer? There's too many singers screeching on television already.
But, Sam...
People looking at television see more tonsils in 1 week than the Mayo brothers do in a year.
You don't have to worry about my tonsils, Mr. Prindle. I don't sing through my mouth.
No, Rudy sings through his nose.
Oh, he's one of them sinus sopranos, huh?
Yes, I can sing duets. 2 different songs. One out of each nostril.
If this guy had 2 noses, he'd be a quartet.
I'm no ordinary singer, Mr. Prindle. I'm a Yale man.
Yeah, well, television don't need no locksmith. It needs entertainment.
Wait a minute, Sam. Rudy here is a great dialectician.
A dialectician?
Rudy, give him a little Irish, Rudy.
All right, Fred.
Did you ever think I'd be that Patricia?
There you are, Sam. How was that for Irish?
Freddie, this guy ain't no Ajax Cassidy.
Sam, Rudy was just warming up. Rudy, how about a little scotch?
All right, Fred.
It's a brauch ich moeilijk niks en ik goed man.
Well, Sam?
Freddie, let's step into the closet where this guy can't hear us.
Now, Sam, before you blow what's left of your top, Rudy here is a ventriloquist.
A ventriloquist?
You've heard of Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou? Listen to this. All right, Rudy.
Little Willie from the mirror licked the mercury off, thinking in his childish error it would cure his cold and cough. At the funeral, Willie's mother sadly said to Mrs. Brown, it was a cold, cold day for Willie when the mercury went down.
Freddie, you've convinced me. Even though he's been to Yale, this man belongs on television.
What did I tell you, Rudy?
You'll give me a show of my own, Mr. Prindle? Starting right now, Rudy boy. Here, Fred, you tie these strings to the back of Rudy's pants.
Strings?
I'll run out and get some balloons.
Well, balloons? What kind of a show is this?
I can see it now. As the curtain rises, Freddie is jiggling you up and down with the string. 1,000 kids are yelling, waving balloons, and you are singing. It's Howdy Rudy time. Here comes your old friend Rudy. We don't mean Howdy Rudy. It's Howdy Rudy time. It's Howdy Rudy time.
Before we close up shop, here's a fact every Ford owner should know. The average Ford dealer has been in business 16 years. No matter what year Ford you're driving, your Ford dealer knows that model from bumper to bumper, inside and out. With all that know-how and his special methods and special equipment, your Ford dealer can groom your Ford to peak condition and do it fast and reasonably. Next week, our guest will be Bert Lahr. Thank you and good night. Good night.
Are you happy? Well, Gary Moore, for whose judgment I have a tremendous regard, says you'll go on being happy if you keep tuned now for Robert Montgomery in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Take it or leave it comes later, you know, over NBC.